Government Arsenal, Director Florante M. Amano. President of National Defense College of the Philippines, Director Christine June Carino. Civil Defense Administrator, Yusek Harold Cabreros. Assistant Director, Dr. Eloisa De Guia. May we also acknowledge the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Chief of Staff, AFP General Antonio G. Navarrete. Vice Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Romel Roldan. Commanding General, Philippine Army, Lieutenant General Donald Gumiran. Commanding General, Philippine Air Force, Lieutenant General Arthur Cordura. Flag Officer in Command, Philippine Navy, Vice Admiral Jose Ma Ambrosio Espeleta. Chief System Engineering and Modernization Office, Major General Ivan D.R. Papera. Chief Pension Gratuity Management Center, Commodore Ludigar Cassis. The Inspector General, Lieutenant General Francis Anthony Coronel. The Internal Auditor, Major General Honorly Brillantes. Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel, Major General Ramon Flores. Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Major General Benedict Balaba. Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, Major General Elmer Suderio. Chief of Staff for Logistics, Major General Leo Edward Caranto. Deputy Chief of Staff for Plans, Major General Romel Cordova. Deputy Chief of Staff for Command, Control, Communications, Computers, Intelligence, Surveillance, Target and Acquisition, Rear Admiral Felipe F. Bautista. Deputy Chief of Staff for Civil Military Operations, Major General Patricio Ruben Amata. Acting Deputy Chief of Staff for Education and Training, Brigadier General Glenn Joy Ainera. Deputy Chief of Staff for Reserve Force Development, Major General Gerald Gagan. Deputy Chief of Staff for Financial Management, Major General Genaro Menor. Director, Center for Law of Armed Conflicts, Colonel Wendell Basat. Commander, AFP Medical Center, Brigadier General Erickson Gob. Superintendent, Philippine Military Academy, Lieutenant General Michael Logico. Commander, Presidential Security Command, Rear Admiral Andrew Val P. Abayon. In addition, may we also recognize the following House members: Representative Marlo Baneoro, Representative Ricardo O. Cruz, and Deputy Majority Leader Monir Arbison Jr. We have also DBM representatives, Director Carlos M. Castro, and OIC Director Mary Rose T. Aguilar. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Sa ating mga magigiting na miyembro ng Kagawaran ng Tanggulang Pambansa ng Sandatahang Lakas ng Pilipinas sa pamumuno ng ating kalihim, Secretary Gilberto C. Chodoro, AFP Chief of Staff General Antonio Navarrete, at mga pinuno ng ating mga kawanihan at attached agencies. Maligayang pagdating po dito sa Kongreso at isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. It is my privilege to welcome the Department of National Defense to the Committee on Appropriations as we begin deliberations on its proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. For fiscal year 2027, the Department of National Defense is proposing a budget of 324.63 billion, reflecting the government's continuing commitment to our national security, territorial integrity, and the protection of our people. This is complemented by 132.59 billion, of which 50 billion is allocated for the revised AFP modernization program to support the acquisition and the upgrading of equipment and systems necessary to keep our armed forces capable and responsive to the security challenges of our time. The remaining 82.59 billion is allocated to the equally important pensions of our veterans and AFP retirees. These are significant investments, but national defense is not measured by numbers alone. It is ultimately about the men and women who stand ready to serve our country. Our maritime domain remains contested, and the men and women who hold our position there have done so with a steadiness this country has to pause to acknowledge. Through the leadership of Secretary Chodoro, our partnerships with like-minded nations have deepened, and our forces have carried the weight professionally and well. Our soldiers continue to bear internal security. And in every community struck by earthquake, by flood, by storm, it is the men in uniform that arrive first. I say that not as a matter of record, but because I've seen that firsthand. In the middle of the series of earthquakes and monsoon rains that struck our communities in the 2nd District of Sultan Kudarat. That is what this budget is about. Not platforms, not line items, but the fact that when this country is at its most frightened, it sends the men and women of the Department of National Defense forward, and they go. And when they do, we must give and arm them with the capabilities to do so. It means seeing the modernization of the armed forces through. Republic Act number 10349, or the revised AFP Modernization Act of 2012, approaches the end of its term, and the work it began is not finished. Congress and this representation will support a modernization program carried to completion rather than left at its most expensive and at least useful stage, which is halfway. What succeeds that law and how the ongoing modernization program is financed are among the most consequential questions of national security that should be at the forefront of national policy discussions. At an age where threats to our sovereignty have morphed from conventional military threats to hybrid tactics, cyber intrusion, disinformation, gray zone activities, we need to support investments in our technical capacities and in those that safeguard our defense establishment in all its forms. Let us therefore ensure that this fiscal year 2027 national budget supports a stronger, more modern armed forces, a more empowered Office of Civil Defense, at isang malakas at matikas na kagawaran ng tanggulang pambansa. Thank you. May we now invite Secretary Chodoro to proceed with the presentation of the budget of the Department of National Defense.
Thank you to our distinguished sponsors, Madam Vice Chair, the Honorable Representative Swan Singh, the Deputy Speakers present, members of the majority and distinguished members of the minority and former colleagues. Pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. It's once again an honor to be here. And may I first thank the Honorable Vice Chair for messaging that she realizes that modernization happens really very quickly nowadays, particularly with the advance in technology. And the latest calculations we have is that for commanders in the forefront of highly technical war, the response actions to include the legal framework, the response time is as quick as 3 seconds to respond. That is the kind of environment that we are facing. And yet, the modernization law has us working on 15-year horizons where, fads really fade faster than 15 years. So I'm very, very happy that the Honorable Vice Chair has messaged or signaled the willingness of Congress to adapt to a more adaptive, flexible, and agile system and a more operationally secure one. So let us probably go to the meat of our presentation since the prefatory portion. Next slide, please. Of course, the mandate is already known under Executive Order 292 and other laws of the department. I propose, if Your Honor please, that we go to the major thrusts in order for us to address the individual concerns of the members with more time. So for the major thrusts, okay, next slide please. For sovereignty and territorial integrity, which is a co-mission area, which is a new mission area for us, given the fact that now we realize that we have 2.4 million square kilometers of maritime domain that we must have overwatch over, and secondly, to try to preempt any efforts to remove from the jurisdiction of the Philippines the exploration and exploitation of the same. Although the major focus right now naturally is the West Philippine Sea as an area of contest. A bigger domain actually is the Pacific Ocean and the Philippine Rise, of which we must start already building our infrastructure, start our logistical bases in central areas with access that are accessible to the equipment that are germane to the armed forces of the Philippines, and proceed to constructing our strategic bases, which will allow us to have presence in that maritime domain. To even make sure that we have ready and reliable supply chains, which is essential, is an essential exercise this day and age. Next slide, please. An area which we cannot vacate for quite some time, particularly as we know that it is essential for us to have robust and substantial presence in majority of the islands of the Philippines in order to deter any recurrence of violence, to prevent the resurgence of violence, and to be able to assist communities immediately when they are in need. And since the threat of malign activities occurring in uninhabited areas is real, therefore some presence in those areas is necessary. Nonetheless, the internal security and stability role remains germane to the external defense role, because without internal peace and stability, we cannot build a core for external defense. So this remains a priority area, and we are very proactive right now in the BARM area because of the fact that we realize it's going to be the first democratic exercise of any of the 22 peace processes that the UN recognizes. And we devote a big amount of resources in personnel and in MOE under the supervision and control of the Commission on Elections in order to help deter unwanted election-related or non-related violence in the area. Next. Welfare of veterans is extremely important because the veterans, although they are retired, remain a moral force and a driving force even if they are retired. They serve as valuable additions to the active duty forces, particularly those with technical skills and expertise who we still rely on in order to provide leadership to junior personnel. Secondly, also the President has approved the first stage of the construction of an annex in the Veterans Memorial Medical Center, which will allow us to move our current patients so that the rehabilitation of the legacy building, which is more than 70 years old, and the structure being unsustainable and the cause of a high infection rate can be commenced and can be optimized for use. Thirdly, the President has continued appropriations for what we call valor clinics, external clinics, where we can service veterans closer to where they are situated. However, the challenge we face is to staff these clinics with competent personnel who are also security vetted in order to handle medical and data privacy issues. Nonetheless, by the end of the year, we'll have 3 to 5 running. Fortunately, we were able to get some personnel, and as we are able to fill these up sustainably, this will be a program that will continue. Secondly, the healthcare of veterans is now being merged in the wellness and preventive healthcare side with those in the active duty, so that in the active duty we can mitigate with preventive healthcare those diseases that may be mitigated during the time that they are still young and they do not manifest as severely when they reach retirement age. And we have special programs too for the veterans, on senior citizens, on other issues that we may not have addressed before. For example, mental wellness, mental health, and geriatric care issues. That basically forms the core of the veterans welfare program for us. We also realize that for veterans, it's quite important for them to be able to socialize and to have an ecosystem after they retire. As we know, retirement from the military service is a traumatic issue. Actually, it's a traumatic incident, because for 40 years, 30 years of your life, you are in a structured environment with a support system, then suddenly the next day, this is cut off. So we need to provide for that transition and the post-retirement total whole wellness of the veterans. We'll be able to approach it on a more holistic manner now. And we are trying to come to grips too with the issue of mental wellness in the active duty service, which we see some cases right now as we Fortunately, the incidence of violence is very low, but we see the incidence of inability to cope with stressful issues on a personal level, which we need to address. And we're seeing more and more of that. I think it's an incident, it's a phenomenon that is common to all organizations. So that's basically the thrust in veterans welfare. Next slide. On modernizing the armed forces, it is indeed a tough nut to crack, admittedly. And as the day goes on, things get more expensive. We are first focusing on our core systems. Those are the foundational systems we need in order to building block a sustainable defense system. The equipment we use is just the tip of the spear, but without the support systems for those pieces of hardware you see, everything will be just useless because they will be unsustainable. And in modernizing the armed forces, there's another factor that needs to be taken into consideration. It is the infrastructure we have to house, to support, and to maintain these capabilities, which is sadly lacking in our budget, because for several years, the capital outlay has not been financed, and it's totally on modernizing. So it's equipment heavy, but not support heavy. That goes with our authorized troop strength also, where the operating to support ratio is about 70-30 or 80-20, and we badly need support personnel. And we really badly need more troops to rotate our troops. They don't have a break anymore with the mission areas that they go to. So modernization is a question of really building core systems, which we are prioritizing now, our IT and cyber systems for command and control. These cost less but are more critical to us because as foundational systems, any compromise in the early stage, you cannot patch anymore on a later stage because the compromise is already present. We are also heavily also trying to increase our capacity for humanitarian assistance and disaster response. So we have about 46 Black Hawk helicopters, which help us a lot, but that's not enough. We need larger rotary platforms in order to service with bigger weight and with pallets, because the Black Hawk, although it can carry a lot, it needs to be loaded by hand. It cannot be palletized, and we need palletized aircraft already. On the naval side, we continue to acquire modern corvettes and frigates. And on the Army side, the first priority really is to make them more mobile so that their ability to respond and to deter in areas is sped up. I think we agreed with the Army that the first thing that they have to do for both internal security and for external defense is to increase their footprint throughout the Philippines. This is because they serve also as logistical bases to support the frontline troops, which are badly lacking at this time. This is not the day and age of notional inventories or just in time, but it's a question of reserves and stores. We need to build our strategic reserve points of storage for critical items that we need, and this must be distributed throughout the Philippines with infrastructure that can support the weight of the capabilities we carry. So the modernization is not merely a question of acquiring capabilities, but also providing the adequate infrastructure to support capabilities. And secondly, providing the access to these capabilities that can support the dimensions and the weight of the equipment that you intend to use. Secondly, the 50 billion, as we know, was an offshoot also of the basis conversion law, which had to be subsidized year on year, which is why we have sought an accounting of the amounts gathered by the BCDA. We feel that strategic assets have already been taken, which cannot be replicated, and we have to stop this already. What's there is there, fine. But then we need to get what was fully due us, and we need to stop the hemorrhage in terms of being the trust beneficiary of the trust, the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I think in the modernization law, that has to be the end goal, how much you give to the armed forces, and not the corporate structure, and not the value proposition devoid of the beneficiaries' interests. Next slide, please. Security cooperation agreements have been very important in order to serve as deterrence and to serve interoperability, in order for us to gain experience and access to technology which will not be available if we do not have these security arrangements. As a main result of this, because of the access and the training we got, the Filipinos in Australia, for the first time, were able to lead a strike package of 40 aircraft versus 40 aircraft in 90 minutes at night. So those are 80 aircraft at supersonic speed at one time at night. And this is not because of the pilots per se, but because we have a trained corps and cadre of what we call air battle managers at this time. Everything is controlled by ground and in microseconds. The visibility that the Philippine Air Force has been able to achieve was because of upgrades that were made to our current platform, and because of the knowledge that we have acquired in order to use this platform properly, of which the total package we still do not have. But for the skills of the personnel, they are already there. And it goes to show you that in every platform, you have to deal with it as an ecosystem, where it's an integrated system of awareness, threat assessments, application of capabilities in a microsecond. That's how fast it goes, without any voice communications whatsoever anymore. I myself was surprised, and right now our challenge is not to lose the proficiency of those that were certified this year only. And this was an exercise participated in by 21 countries, where each one, had a role. It was an exercise in interoperability. Secondly, we receive a lot of security assistance from these cooperation agreements. And the cooperation agreements are not limited to the Indo-Pacific region, but also to Europe, as we have a visiting forces agreement with France. We have recently, the Senate has approved the concurrence by the President, ratified rather, the concurrence by the President to two new visiting forces agreements, Canada and New Zealand, with whom we have these countries, Canada and New Zealand are both maritime countries in the Pacific who rely also on our sea lanes of communication for their supply chains. With both countries too, we cooperate a lot. We receive a lot of awareness and technology with them, and these are both defense leaders. So I believe this is an area where we are concentrating on, and where I spend a lot of my time on too, because having had these agreements is one thing, but making them work is another. And it needs a lot of work also on that end. Next slide. On disaster and institutional resilience, I have directed the OCD to concentrate this year totally on disaster response. They have to get one thing perfect, and that is the coordination function for awareness, prediction, and response before other things come into play. I believe the institutional competence of the OCD is best geared towards that coordinative function in order to deliver adequate warnings and to respond accurately and preemptively, with more granularity as years go on. I have reviewed the amount of partnerships the NDRIMC has done, and I've seen that these are marginal in effect. I beg the support of Congress to allow us the time in order to develop these capabilities. For example, rehabilitation, etc. It just adds another layer of bureaucracy to the release of badly needed funds to repair infrastructure that should be based on systems, river systems, faults, etc. I realize the concerns of each and every member to really account to their districts for something, but it is actually beyond the competence of the OCD, except to get the concurrence of the different agencies possible. However, for the OCD, what we really need is a joint logistics centers to preposition perishable logistics and medicines in areas which we can preposition and properly inventory manage so that the response time will be quicker. And that includes water too. We have a very difficult time with water right now too. The major issue right now is almost all supplies, except now we are able to preposition on a more sustainable basis. They used to emanate solely from Metro Manila and have to be airlifted or sea lifted from Metro Manila. And so how long that takes. For those from Camarines Sur, if you remember, even though we could land in the airport, even though we could dock in Paranaque, there was an area called Milaor where you could not traverse, so you could not reach Naga City. So there we had a problem. So that is the only ask which we ask for in the OCD. Next slide, please. The Defense Department continues to be understaffed, and as we need more oversight and more policy directives, we had to lift up certain offices to areas of prominence, such as IT and cyber systems, and for real estate, given the fact that it manages a large amount of real estate, a lot of which the titles aren't perfected, and which we need to do. It takes a lot of work to do that, and frankly, at 297 fill-up, 267 fill-up, we're badly understaffed. We need to have a department which is more agile, a department which is more multidisciplinary, in order to at least anticipate well enough threats as they come. It has been a challenge for us, and we were pulling more weight than each one can do personally, because of the understaffing that we have. That is the department proper, which is supposed to manage, let's say, about a stakeholder base of 400,000, to include the retirees and their dependents, and to manage a variety of issues and assets under management of quite a large amount. It's frankly physically exhausting for each and every one of us, and we cannot have flexible work arrangements because of operational security considerations. Next slide. The IT, communications, and cyber operations are extremely important. They are in the foundational stage. We can only work with trusted vendors and original manufacturers, actually, because of our security of information protocols and the threat of compromise of our systems. It is something that we are heavily undertaking. Fortunately, it is well within the 50 billion that comes in. And as we progress, we also have to train the cadre of experts that will man these systems and actively manage these systems, both for the DND proper and with the different area, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, which actually is more critical. Next slide. On operational security, we are bound now by a lot of technical operational security agreements. If not, we will not be able to get the latest technologies. This is also a requirement for us to exercise internal discipline among us. As we all know, even with cyber systems and with IT systems, the hygiene of everybody is very important. You're only as strong as the next user. Therefore, it is highly important for us to really invest in both operational security and counterintelligence. The risk of compromise is very real for us. We accept it as a reality, and we do exert a lot of efforts to prevent any compromise or disruption of our systems. Next slide, please. This is just a recap of the major thrusts, Your Honor. Next slide. The highlights of the proposed budget, Your Honor, are as follows, as you may well know. Next slide. There is a budget now of 324.632 billion. Out of this, a capital outlay of 10%, personal services of 55%, and 35% for MOE. Not much different from last year. Next slide. From the DND, the Office of the Secretary's budget decreased by 31% because of the reduction of capital outlays. The Armed Forces of the Philippines budget increased by 10% year on year. But the year on year is what base year? What was the base year of the year on year? Okay, that was from 2021 year on year. So from last year, can we have the figure for last year to report the increase? The year on year is normalized, so it's not an accurate figure. So, okay, what's the percentage? No, percentage, just the percentage now. 305 over 312. Beg your pardon, Your Honor. Because the year on year is normalized for the past 2021, so it's not an accurate figure from last year. So it will give a high rate because the base year was 2021. Dapat annual yan, ayoko ng year on year. Sinabi ko na. So we have 9.7. Yeah, 9.7 for the Armed Forces of the Philippines. For the civilian bureaus, it's 3% year on year, so it's much less actually. So for the Office of the Secretary, there was a 31% decrease. AFP, an increase of 10% more or less, or 9%. For civilian bureaus, 3%. And the major increase was for the VMMC, actually, for the civilian bureaus. Next slide. The breakdown is shown. The regular fund is 324, automatic for leave incentives and other pay is 4.1, and special purpose. The modernization is 50, and for the AFP retirees, it's 71 billion, and the veterans ameliorations are 11 billion. So I'd like to take this opportunity also. I issued a clarification yesterday that for the total MUP budget, the AFP only has 49% of that MUP budget, because the other components of MUP are the Philippine National Police, Philippine Coast Guard, and the Bureau of Fire Protection. So the comparison indicator was the modernization budget in a news article yesterday. So it didn't give an accurate picture. It was the picture was that it was totally for the AFP, but that's not the case actually. Next slide, please. Next. So by regular fund, for PS, we have a slight increase of 7%. Teka. Hindi akma ito. Yeah. For MOE, 17%, which we're very happy. For capital outlay, it reduced. So it will affect our modernization. Next slide. So the breakdown for per branch of service and the increase. If you notice, the GHQ has an increase because the budget of the area commands and the combatant commands are derived from the GHQ budget. So this is not retained by the GHQ, but since the area commands and the combatant commands are not key budgetary units, the budget falls under the general headquarters. The rest are self-explanatory. We've had decreases in budgets in the other agencies on the civilian bureaus, except for the Veterans Memorial Medical Center. Next slide. For program, we have a program of 50 and an unprogrammed, no unprogrammed amounts. Pensions and military retirees were taken up earlier, Your Honor. Next. The proposal versus NEP. Next. Proposal was 196, although we will have to increase our authorized troop strength. And it will be done after the calculation of the proposed mission area. For the current authorized troop strength, we have a 98% or 99% fill-up rate already. So that means to say there is no time for R&R anymore and rotation, and there is time for retraining, but not for shifting of personnel. For MOE, we need it in order to have to build up reserves, actually. But the proposal was reduced, so it will affect our reserve capacities. For capital outlay, the proposal was 239 because this was specifically matched to any item of modernization, and it was not matched. So we cannot continue with the modernization without the infrastructure. It will be a waste of money. Next. Those are the breakdowns of the ask versus the NEP proposal. Next. The special purpose funds are for program 50, no unprogrammed, and the amounts are shown for both the veterans and the military, which we took up earlier. Next. For accomplishments, next. Next. The Defense and Security Policy and Strategy Direction, 100% was accomplished by the DND. 80% of the policies and strategies were accepted by the President and the Cabinet. Next. For the Army, Philippine Army, the accomplishment was 81% of the units provided to force employers in a prescribed readiness condition. That should have been 100%, but we upped the readiness condition criteria. The mission level of the Air Force was 100% of tactical operations. However, unless we increase the quantity of the platforms that it has, this will dip as these capabilities age or are due for servicing and maintenance. The Navy, 100% of the naval units were provided to the unified commands, and we continue to add to their platforms in order to increase the mission capability scopes that we task. Next. On sovereignty operations, the accomplishments are shown. We exceeded the target because of contingencies that required us to operate. On other areas, Your Honor, there is a lower accomplishment rate because of the emphasis on the sustainability of missions before we enter into it. For the AFP patients, the accomplishments are shown, and 10 modernization projects are being implemented. If we some modernization, please. If we use the whole modernization fund for this year, the next year's payments for the multi-year obligational authority would reach at about 57 already. The additional. So we're stuck. Next. The government arsenal provided 60 million rounds of small arms ammunition. However, with the strategic tasking of the government arsenal, they will proceed to higher technologically advanced weaponry, because the small arms expenditures versus other capability ratio has been reducing as time goes on. And we cannot have an arsenal which is equivalent to a Philippine Mint, which is a sovereign capability, not doing highly technical and technologically advanced activities on a sovereign basis. For the NDCP, it has been undergoing a transition phase this time, even with a review of curriculum and a review of the indicators that we have. I have taken a personal role in reviewing the outputs that I require of them, and the introduction of the notion that national security is multidisciplinary and we cannot have a set paradigm for national security, with more emphasis on research output, not only of the students, but of the faculty. It's publish or die slowly. That will be the output requirement. Next. For OCD, as we said, their accomplishment was high, but I would like to see more responsive and more preemptive actions and more coordinative efficiency among within them, and more structured approaches to partnerships on a more sustainable basis. Next. Next. Veterans welfare, it's there, and the veterans memorial historical preservation, there are other targets that we need to do, that we need to preserve, and we need to optimize certain areas for both joint and shrine use. Next. BMMC, the number of outpatients treated have increased. The 11,100 inpatients treated goes to show that only about, to date, 9% of the veterans can be accommodated in the VMMC. So we continue to try to reach out on a preventive basis to them, because hospitalizations in the center right now are something that we need to remediate so that the center can be totally refurbished, because the infection rate is quite high, given the fact that it is an old design, a dormitory design, post-World War II. And just like the DND proper building, it was molding, and not in the VMMC, but the DND building, there was even asbestos. So we had to refurbish it. So we are now working off-site, scattered in different locations. It's a challenge because it's a legacy building, but it needed to be done. With a single elevator, which is not PWD friendly, and it was used as a service elevator as well, so it spent more time being conked out than not. Next slide. Financial accomplishments, next. Obligation rates sometimes are less than optimal because of the fact that approved bid ceilings are low. And because of the fact that in the defense space, material goes up in price. It's a seller's and a supplier's market. So rather than pull the trigger on certain things, we'd rather not, and we'd rather not if it will result in an unsustainable or unsupportable expenditure. Next slide. For the first semester of 2026, we have almost a 50% obligation versus allotment and 85% disbursement versus obligation. Next. Comparatives. Next. The comparatives from 2021 as the base. The disbursement versus obligation rates have reduced because of the increasing cost of material versus the budget. So the same financial management principle will be followed if defense material doesn't go any cheaper than and the approved bid ceilings versus the release of funds becomes the gap is increasing, then we cannot obligate the amounts. Next. Issues and concerns. Next. These are the perennial issues and concerns that we have. Of note, just to summarize, as a result of the budgeting and the modernization process, we are still in Horizon 2 projects. A lot of Horizon 2 projects, and we've had to cancel already for being obsolete. And we've had to revise Horizon 3 several times to reflect new threats and new developments. Next. Next. This was included in the GAA of last year, and since it will be subject to the control of the DOF, we respectfully move for its adoption again. If there is an opportunity that can be financed and is acceptable to the finance department, then we should take advantage of it, particularly if we can get longer tenor financing. Next. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Secretary Chidoro. Before we begin with the discussions and interpellations, I would like to acknowledge the presence of additional House members. Representative Arlene Ayon, Representative Sara Elago, Representative Dibo Tuan, Vice Chair Brian Poe, Representative Amado Bolilla, Representative Johan Bautista, Representative Leo Rodriguez, Vice Chair Romel Angara, Vice Chair Tina Pancho, Representative Dumogon, Vice Chair Lolita Javier, Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino, Representative Oka Malapitan, Vice Chair Bernadette Barbers, Vice Chair Isabella Sagarbaria, and Representative Steve Solon. Okay. So as we begin the discussions, may I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is given 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the response of the resource persons. And when you hear the bell sound, it means you only have 30 seconds to wind up your questions. As part of the long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House and followed by the independent and majority members in alternating manner, the Chair recognizes from the minority Representative Dada Kiram Ismula.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Una po, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuhu. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa DND family na pinamumunuan po ni Sec. Gibo at sa mga kasamang ahensyang napapaloob dito, ang Armed Forces of the Philippines, ang Philippine Army, ang Philippine Air Force at syempre ang Philippine Navy po. Dadako na po ako sa aking magiging tanong. My question is about a report that China is recruiting Filipino government workers to leak official documents and information and turn them over to China. In a news report between 2024 and 2025, may dating researcher ng Navy, may former employee ng DND, and a person close to the Philippine Coast Guard ang nahuling nagsusulat ng analysis or nagfo-forward ng emails to handlers allegedly linked to the Chinese Communist Party in exchange for money. Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, paano tayo nalusutan po nito? Can you detail to this committee, how these Filipinos were recruited, and anong klaseng mga impormasyon ang kanilang naibigay?
Doon po sa alam ko dito sa agency namin sa internet lang po nakatanggap ng mga email na iniimbita sila na mag-sideline in various topics, no? Kung pwede sila gumawa ng paper sa sinasabing think tank. So dahil may pabuya ito at wala namang operational security protocols na mahigpit noong mga panahon na yon, ito'y di o man ay pinatulan hanggat sa na nagkaroon ng mas detalyadong impormasyon ang hinihingi. Awa ng Diyos po, hindi na po pumayag sa pagkaalam ko itong mga bata at nagsuplong kaagad. Bagamat ganon, marami pa pong mga sari-saring attempts, as inventive as people are, the attempts to compromise are real, no?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day po, nasa hygiene na po ng bawat empleyado.
Yeah.
At awa ng Diyos po, ito'y nasugpo at wala namang pong sensitibong impormasyon na nakuha. Ngunit ito po ay isa sa matinding paraan talaga kung papaano nangaakit ng researchers at ng mga particularly po kung hindi permanenteng employee, kung job order or contract of service po. Dahil nga sa civil service regulations, ang baba po ng salary grades na mabibigay sa highly technical people, awa ng Diyos po, nasugpo po ito kaagad. Ngunit, be that as it may, listo po palagi ang buong organisasyon sa mga kompromiso na maaaring ganito. Di lang po naman sa atin nangyayari, marami pa pong mas delikadong impormasyon na nakuha sa ibang mga bansa, no? Lalo na based on capabilities na, no? At ito'y naproprosecute ng mga countries involved at na-preempt. Yung report po na yan, I cannot give further details, ngunit po totoo po yan nangyayari po. At kami po ay nagbabantay ng matindi sa ganito pong mga gawain. Thank you po sa tanong.
Yeah. Maraming salamat po. Paano na lang po natin masisiguro na ang DND hindi na po ito mauulit pang ulit?
Hindi po natin masisigurado talaga na hindi maulit, no? Pero ang importante, ang iaalam dun sa empleyado po, ang public platform, ang IT equipment na ginagamit, yan ay minomonitor. So hindi pwedeng gamitin pampersonal ng kung sino man empleyado, whether AFP or DND. At sinasubject din po natin sa matinding security vetting etong ating mga empleyado, no? Pero secondly po, ang hacking ay actually gera araw-araw po yan. So there will be some compromises as with any organization dun sa IT system. Ngunit the exercise is to detect the compromise as soon as possible and to isolate it as soon as possible. Kaya nga po, inulit po natin kanina na on the foundation pa lang ng isang sistema, kailangan pati hardware ay walang kompromiso. Kung hindi nyo na mapapatch yan kahit kailan. Bubunutin nyo na po lahat yan. So, salamat po.
Salamat din po. Can you also, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, can you also say to this committee na para hindi na-attract ang ating Filipino government workers sa mga alok ng China, we need to ensure our government workers are paid well, have secured benefits, and are able to exercise their rights and duties as citizens?
No doubt about that, Madam Chair, Your Honor. No doubt about it. And I hope the civil service regulations and COA regulations allow us to adequately compensate people depending on skill level.
Yeah. And do you also support, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, the measures providing hazard pay for civilian government personnel deployed in the West Philippine Sea?
Sure. Yes, Your Honor. Because they are subjected to risk also.
Yes.
And this includes civilian personnel too deployed in highly critical areas. For example, maybe teachers who are on duty in election areas, in identified hotspots,
Totoo.
even first responders, Your Honor.
Masaya akong marinig ito mula sa ating secretary dahil kami po sa Akbayan Reform Bloc ay nag-file po ng bill patungkol sa hazard pay po ng ating mga civilian personnel po. Anyway po, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Kung may dadagdag ko lang
Yes
po,
po.
I do not know how to approach the problem. And I do not know, the problem is, ang hazard pay po sa ating mga tauhan ay isang bagay yon. Pero kung ang pinakamalaking inaalala din ng tao, paano may a-apply yung hazard pay pag yung pamilya ay may problema din? Kasi psychological weight po yun eh. Let's say magre-respondi siya, alam niyang baha yung bahay niya, mahirap din po eh. So, I really don't have the solution to the problem, but it is something that we must tackle by the bull by the horns, no? So, maybe, housing benefits for these people na alam niyang sigurado ang kanyang pamilya, para sa ganon, lubos-lubos yung pagbibigay ng serbisyo. So, yun lang po ang maidadagdag ko. Sorry na lang po at wala po akong solusyon. Pero I think it is a reality.
Nag-agree po ako sa inyo doon, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Nang sa gayon ay hindi na po sila yung tipong mabribe na lang ng kung sino mang bansa, na para lamang magbigay ng mga mahahalagang impormasyon. But anyway, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, do you have a credible information that some Philippine elected officials receive support from China and are releasing statements favorable to China's influence operations and expansionism in the West Philippine Sea?
We have some ground to perhaps suspect it, but credible information in respect to evidence is kind of hard to adduce, particularly as where we do not have access to bank deposits. I think it is best addressed by financial authorities, actually, Your Honor, in the same vein as a lot of syndicated activity was addressed in other countries through tax fraud investigations. Our problem really is how much of this is admissible. At the end of the day, that's what counts, and we're not prepared to make any statement on that score. We cooperate with law enforcement agencies on information, but that's the extent of what we do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May maaari po ba kayong mabigay na impormasyon dahil may mga speculations na po kayo na ano po kaya yung mga particular na nare-receive nilang mga support po?
I'm also not prepared to state it, particularly if there are active law enforcement evidence gathering operations at this stage. Thank you, Your Honor.
At huli na lamang po para dito, do you think that sa influence operations po ng China sa social media, may mga elected officials din po ba na nag-amplify ng mga pro-China trolls?
I think the statements speak for themselves. I believe, there are some, undeniably, but the pronouncements speak for themselves. However, I'd like to point out too that the Chinese embassy website itself is not a diplomatic website anymore, but it is already a propaganda institution that enjoys the freedom of speech that we enjoy without extending reciprocal benefits to us in their own home country.
Tama po kayo, no, Mr. Secretary. Hindi lamang po kayo yung nabiktima dyan dahil kami rin po nabiktima na rin dyan sa website na yan. Anyway po, dadako naman po ako sa West Philippine Sea Security at saka yung sa Maritime Security po. Ang tensyon sa West Philippine Sea ay malinaw na security concern sa bansa. Nito lamang July 20 of 2026, nasaktan ang 2 Pilipinong sundalo sa Ayungin Shoal. Sa harap ng ganitong sitwasyon, magkano ang aktual na pondong inilaan ng DND para sa pagpapatibay ng ating maritime security sa West Philippine Sea? At nakapaloob na po ba ito doon sa 64.3 billion na operations budget para sa Naval Force Defense?
Nakapaloob po yan sa regular operational budget. Ang ating kayang gawin sa West Philippine Sea. And hindi lang naman po doon, pati naman po sa northern portion, doon sa Baho de Masinloc, hindi lang po kami, kung hindi Coast Guard at saka Philippine Navy ang nagtutulong dito. At importante din po, tulad ng alam po ng ibang mga kasamahan po na legislators, in Pag-asa Island, it's a question of habitation and normalization already of life, no, in the area, which is an important part of that aspect. That's why we gave the instructions na rin po sa ating Westcom na to fast-track the deployment of services by other agencies to Pag-asa.
Kung ito po yung tingin ninyo at nakalagay na budget po ninyo sa NEP, sa tingin niyo po ba ito ay sapat para sa modernisasyon, dagdag deployment at protection ng sundalo at mangingisda sa West Philippine Sea?
Hindi po talaga to sapat. At kung tutusin po natin, today, West Philippine Sea, mas malawak po ang ating Pacific Ocean boundary na kailangan din po natin bantayan, lalo na nandun yung Philippine Rise. Tapos ang West Philippine Sea po ay kaalinsabay ngayon ng pag-file sa UN ng ating delimitations across some features and Baho de Masinloc. So, naging mas klaro ang mission area na kailangan tutukan ng pansin. Kasama din po dito, in order to support West Philippine Sea operations, kailangan po natin ng base dito sa mainland, no? 3 strategic passage po yan binabantayan, yung Verde Island Passage, of course, yung Batanes Channel, Babuyan Channel, Verde Island Passage, at saka yung Surigao Strait Passage, at saka yung Sulusi na passage, no? Yun po ang major transit points na actually nagdudugtong ng West Philippine Sea sa Pacific Ocean na tayo lamang ang meron. So, ito po ang dapat focus din ng ating operations na hindi natin magagawa ng lubus-lubusan kung wala tayong base.
Tama po kayo, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Ako po ay sumusuporta no, dito sa, lalong-lalo na kung ganito na napapaloob na din yung sa operations budget ng Naval Force Defense, yung ating plano para din doon sa West Philippine Sea. No? With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to manifest my support na dapat naman po talaga i-increase natin ang budget ng ating modernization or AFP modernization dahil hindi po ito makatarungan kung seguridad po ng ating bansa ang pinag-uusapan. No? At huling katanungan na lamang po, Madam Chair, bukod sa halaga, paano nyo po natitiyak na mabilis at epektibo ang paggamit ng pondo? Halimbawa, meron bang nakalaan na training, intelligence, at joint patrols po?
Bawat po acquisition natin, sinisigurado natin po fully equipped na ang mga bagong gamit at sinasama na namin yung life cycle cost nito sa costing ng bawat halaga ng kinukuha. So, dito po tayo malaki na nakakasigurado. Tapos kumukuha na lang tayo sa original manufacturers. Ayaw natin po ng middleman o consolidators. Tapos, meron pong long-term service contracts para nauuna po tayo sa supply chain palagi. Hindi kada kung sino na lang ang magbibid for supplies na hindi man sila ang manufacturer. So, yun po ang unang-unang guarantee natin. Pangalawa, ang training po ay gasgas na rin po ang ating mga sundalo kaya hindi na rin po makapagbakasyon. At hindi lang po training ngayon, it's also knowledge. Kasi hinihiwalay po natin yung knowledge sa skills. Ang skills ay ang application ng knowledge. Ang knowledge po yung katawan ng pinagkukunan natin ng skills. So nag-i-invest din po tayo sa knowledge, sa education ng ating mga tropa. Lalo-lalo na po sa highly technical na mga subjects. No? Kaya nga po tayo naglulungsad din ng direct commission program para makakuha tayo ng less physically fit but more highly technically qualified people na kailangan natin i-attract. Secondly, dito po sa knowledge, dyan po tayo kukuha ng skills training. Yun na po ang training na i-apply ng knowledge. At yan po, matinding habilin na inilaan ng departamento, lalong-lalo na sa seleksyon ng magtuturo at sa liderato nito. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Nasagot naman po yung mga katanungan ko at nasatisfy naman po ako doon. Meron lamang akong gusto pa sanang itanong, however, susubukan ko na lang po on the second round. Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes,
Madam
Congressman
Chair,
Pimentel.
Congressman Pimentel,
Yes.
Chairman ng Committee of Intelligence.
Is he recognized?
May I interject on a relevant point?
Yes, go ahead, Congressman Pimentel.
This is actually the reason, this is the event leading us to file the anti-espionage law bill and anti-foreign interference bill on all pending in the Committee of National Defense. That's the problem mentioned by the Honorable Congresswoman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Congressman Pimentel. Thank you, Congressman Ismula. Next to interpellate, Deputy Majority Leader Arnan Panaligan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Secretary Chodoro, and to our military officers. No? So, in the proposed 2027 NEP, the AFP modernization program was given 50 billion pesos without any unprogrammed appropriations. No? I'm sure this will affect your Horizon 3. And you mentioned that you will revise it again. No? So this has undergone many re-horizoning, no? Yung Horizon 3. Could you please inform us now yung mga na-charge na dun sa 40 billion pesos for 2026, kung may natitira pa, and your proposal for 2027, no? What particular items are you going to charge for the 50 billion pesos proposed in 2027?
Hindi. Sa 50, Your Honor, lahat obligated dahil pambayad ng MICA. So walang bago yun.
So that's for the 50 billion for next year.
Yes.
And how about for the 40 billion for this year? Also for MICA?
Yung unprogrammed. Wala pang unprogrammed, Your Honor. Nasa 21.
For 2026.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the last hearing of the DBCC, first day of the budget hearing, I asked Secretary De Leon of DBM if na-release na yung 50 billion unprogrammed funding for this year. So sabi niya wala pa. And when I asked him kung may possibility na ma-release, of course sabi niya two conditions. First, excess revenues. And second, kung kailangan pa raw ng DND. So I'm sure kailangan yon, ano? So I hope that you can make strong representation sa kanila para kung kinailangan talaga ninyo, they can do something about it para ma-access ninyo yung unprogrammed funds of 50 billion for this year. Considering hindi sila nagbigay ng unprogrammed funds for next year.
Makakaantala lang po dyan sa excess, yung damages po na nangyari po dito sa mga sunod-sunod na habagat. At saka sa lindol dun sa Mindanao. Yun po malaking cost, no? Inaasahan pa po natin na magkakaroon ng additional na weather disturbances until the end of the year. Doon lang nga po sa Occidental Mindoro may bumaha na nga po ng katakot-takot. So, doon po siguro kung meron man maantala yung excess.
Madam Chair, can I request that we be furnished with a copy of the items charged to sa 40 billion and sa proposal na 50 billion for next year, no? Kahit yun for MICA. Now, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, at the budget hearing last year, you mentioned that because of budget constraints, you preferred that the DND and FP be allowed to obtain loans to finance your modernization projects, no? And you suggested the amendment of PD 415, a 1974 PD that set the ceiling for loans at $300 million, 1974 exchange rate. So in response to your proposal, I filed House Bill number 8059, increasing the ceiling to $1 billion for a single project. But it could be revised, no? And remove the ceiling altogether. Now, dun sa 27 NEP kasi inalis din yung special provision. So yung DBM, hindi na kayo binigyan ng malaki for modernization, inalis pa yung authority, no? Na kayo ay mag-loan. So better talaga merong law that will authorize you. That's the rationale for my House Bill 8059. So which do you prefer? Wala ng ceiling altogether or may cap pa rin, let's say from 300 to billion dollars or so?
Wala nang cap, Your
Wala ng
Honor,
cap.
because the DBM and the DOF sets the cap actually based on the fiscal condition of the country and the type of loan which will be approved by them anyway that will be entered into. So actually they have total control over the financial accommodation or a financial arrangement that is going to be made. They will set the ceiling anyway depending on what the country can afford. And since the loan will be entered into by the DOF at the end of the day, I think that is a sufficient guarantee because for the fiscal ability of the government to service the debt, given the fact that revenue raising is the prime mandate of the DOF. Yes.
Well, I was assured by the chair of the Committee on National Defense that the committee will deliberate soon on that House bill, and he assigned me to head the technical working group. So we will discuss this further at the TWG. And I have here a copy
Your
of
Honor,
U.S.
I would
Senate bill.
suspect,
Yes.
the PD 415. I think it was because of the fact that we are under IMF control at that time with currency stabilization loans. That was in the 70s. So that was the major imposition probably of the IMF, that expenditures on foreign loans because of foreign exchange controls at that time should be limited to 300 million US dollars in consideration for the grant of currency stabilization loans by the IMF. That's what I suspect, Your Honor.
So maybe we can now remove that cap. Anyway, I have here a copy of U.S. Senate Bill 4097 entitled "A Bill to Modernize the Defense Capabilities of the Philippines and for Other Purposes." Do you have any information if this Senate bill in the U.S. has been enacted already?
What Senate bill, Your Honor?
Senate Bill 4097 or the PERA, Philippine Enhanced
It
Resiliency
has
Act.
been enacted, Your Honor, by the U.S. Congress. Nonetheless, the funding, I believe, for next year will be about 100 million US. 100 million that will be allocated by the U.S. government for it. It sets a maximum of 500 million US dollars per year, depending on the treasury availability.
And according to this law, the priority, coastal defense, long-range fires, maritime security, integrated air defense. So I know that this will not be transferred to our treasury because it's in the nature of a foreign military financing. But do you agree that this will help boost our modernization program, no? And help solve the budgetary constraint problem?
It will help, and together with the official security assistance that Japan gives us for domain awareness, Your Honor.
Maybe DBM knows about this. That's the reason why they don't give you much allocation for modernization fund.
No, Your Honor, probably it's really the fiscal consideration of the country, no? On a macro level.
Then, it was reported in the Korean media in the past months that the Navy plans to acquire 2 more Malabar-class missile frigates, in addition to the 2 frigates ordered last year. So that will be the 5th and 6th guided missile frigate of the Navy. Are you at liberty to confirm this proposal?
Definitely, Your Honor, there is an intent really to acquire, but the trigger has not yet been pulled.
And also, every budget hearing, I make this follow-up regarding the upgrading of and the completion, the installation of the still unfitted sensors and weapon system for the Rizal class and Malabar class.
Your Honor, they are ongoing.
Thank you, thank you. So, also, some people ask me to relate this to you. How about the plans for the acquisition of multi-role fighters? I know that this is a very complicated matter. And for additional air defense missiles. And also coastal defense missiles.
It's still there, Your Honor, depending on the financing that we need. But now, knowing what we know, we have to have a lot of systems in place before any multi-role fighter is acquired. Because a multi-role fighter, as we saw recently, is heavily dependent on ground control and domain awareness. If not, it will be an unguided pilot-controlled aircraft, and its use will be marginal.
So maybe
Even its
the
range, Your Honor, without an air-to-air refueling, it will be not be able to take off with adequate stores. And if we do not have the adequate hangarage facilities to service it, it will be useless, Your Honor. So it comes as a force package, and as we learned, the minimum force package is 40 at any one mission, actually, for external defense.
So maybe really the amendment of PT 415 can help, no, in obtaining funding for your programs. So finally, Madam Chair, the Secretary, of course, is aware that it is the Executive Department that prepared this program of expenditures under the Constitution, not the Congress, no? Because and Congress has no power to increase the appropriations proposed by the President. We can do that, but we will get it from other items, which is very difficult on the part of Congress to do. So the real battle here, no, is at the level of the DBCC, the DBM, not here in Congress. Okay.
I believe the connectivity and infrastructure are also necessary, Your Honor, for us to perform our mission roles. So if the infrastructure budget will support the weight really of the equipment we need, it will solve a lot of our problems too on logistics. And I think that's the emphasis, of course, on education too.
And Madam Chair, no more question. But in spite of budgetary constraints, our AFP and DND, no, they are doing their best to secure our territory and our sovereignty. So, on behalf of the people of my district, let me extend my sincerest appreciation to them. Thank you for your service to our officers and men.
Thank you, Congressman Panaligan. Next to interpolate, Congressman Erlene Ayon from the minority.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, to our distinguished members of the committee, our officers and men of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and all the officials and guests present here today. First, I would like to express my appreciation to you, Mr. Secretary, for your leadership and for the various initiatives you have undertaken to strengthen our national defense. I am one of those who strongly support the Department of National Defense. Coming from Bukidnon, a province that has experienced the reality of insurgency, I have personally witnessed how our gallant men and women of the Armed Forces of the Philippines have courageously protected our communities and our nation. Today, we are very happy to share that Bukidnon has become one of our country's emerging tourist destinations. And I believe that this progress has been made possible in large part because of the stable peace and security that our province now enjoys. Our active soldiers have contributed tremendously, not only for our national security, but also to our economic and national development. But Mr. Secretary, I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight our veterans, both our uniformed personnel and the civilian human resources who have devoted many years of their lives in service to our country. There is growing concern among our veterans regarding the recent discussions and news surrounding their pension and retirement benefits. I believe that we must never forget that these heroes who once carried the burden of protecting our nation. May I therefore ask, Mr. Secretary, in the department's plans and budget priorities, have we given equal weight and importance to the welfare of our veterans throughout the country, particularly those who are now elderly and facing increasing healthcare and living expenses? And finally, how can we, as lawmakers, work together with the department to properly honor these heroes, not merely through words of gratitude, but through concrete programs, adequate benefits, health care, and support for those who are suffering from illnesses and long-term effects of the stress, trauma, and sacrifices they endured in the service of our nation.
Thank you very much to the distinguished colleague, former distinguished member of the House. I believe that it's well appropriate that you raise the issue. And I think what we should do really is to decouple the veterans' pensions from active duty salaries. So we can adjust their pensions without adjusting necessarily the pay increases for our active duty personnel. Actually, the recent increases in pay were due to a compromise we reached with the veterans to increase their pension rates 5% for 3 years, in total 15% by 2028.
Okay.
But unless the increases are decoupled by law from the active duty rates, you need to increase the rates of the active duty personnel. Secondly, Your Honor, we are trying really to reach out to them, and we still have are hopefully going to be able to launch our first hospice, hopefully by the end of the year,
Oh.
for taking care of the older veterans who have no place to call home
Yeah.
and who are forced to be confined in hospitals because there's nowhere else to go. Our issue there is the accreditation of the caregivers and the finding of caregivers and the building of the facility.
Okay.
Nonetheless, we have to get our feet wet with it in order to provide them adequate a place where they can retire with dignity.
Yes.
Thirdly, Your Honor, it's knowing fully well that the veterans need to adequate socialization.
Yes.
If not,
Yes.
you know, some of them confined to home really suffer, and I've seen it with even younger veterans who were very active before, but when withdrawn from their comfort zone, so to speak, have become very withdrawn, and their families talk to me about it. Fourthly, Your Honor, a lot of the predicament of veterans in terms of health can be addressed preventively while they're still in active duty. That's why the active duty care right now, when we are seeing the onset of diseases like heart disease, diabetes, heart attacks at a younger age right now, at 35, we've seen a lot of people really get affected by strokes. So we'll have to be more proactive in monitoring the diseases which may exacerbate their situation when they become veterans and require extensive care, which could have been preventively anticipated had we known of the situation beforehand. So, Your Honor, I think on the pension system, while not opposed to pension reform, I think the key there is not to lump the AFP retirees with the others. I know it's kind of controversial, but the AFP is a national force that receives no subsidies from any other agency. Unlike, let's say, the BFP or the PNP, they have more roles with the local communities that they are there to serve. And so the basis of the pension, on the basis of fairness, should be segregated, and agencies or communities which derive benefits from directed or targeted services like BJMP or PNP should share in the pension burden, unlike the AFP, which is a purely sovereign and national force. I realize really that there will come a time when pensions, if not reformed now, will eat up a lot of fiscal space. Nonetheless, if at this day and age, at this stage of our national development, where the AFP is fully engaged with a low troop ceiling on several mission areas, 365 days of the year, I think they need the peace of mind And since the retirees also form part of the AFP family, who are there helping each and every step of the way, I think at this stage, it's best the pension be studied, unlike the old RSBS system, which was not a sustainable system. And until we are sure that there is a foolproof system which will guarantee them peace of mind when they retire, and which will motivate them to commit themselves in, if not the same way, perhaps even a greater way, to mission accomplishment, then I think it's best to err on the side of giving peace of mind to our active duty personnel and our veterans.
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. That's our concern, no? So, hopefully, and can DND assure this committee that no Filipino veterans who serve our country honorably will be left behind because of lack of funds, delayed benefits, or inadequate health care?
Rest assured, we are at the forefront for fighting for veterans' benefits, and my personal connection with our close relationship with veterans groups of whatever sort, and particularly even our retired enlisted personnel and our retired NCOs and civilian personnel, because they develop a lot of expertise. Post-retirement, actually, we still try to use them as best as we can, keeping them occupied at the same time while training the next generation of people who will succeed in leadership positions particularly.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That will be all,
Thank you,
Madam
Madam.
Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you to the
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Congressman Ayon. Next to interpolate, Congressman Munir Orbison from the majority.
Magandang umaga, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman. At magandang umaga sa lahat. Just want to make a manifestation. I would like to express my full support for the Department of National Defense and recognize its important role in maintaining peace and security in the 2nd District of Sulu. We are grateful to the DND and the Armed Forces of the Philippines for their continued presence and support in our communities. Their efforts have helped us sustain peace and create a better environment for the development of the province of Sulu. We hope for their continued support as we work together to preserve peace and progress we have achieved. Dati-rati ang tinatanong ng mga kababayan natin, kumusta ng Sulu? Ang daming sabi niya mga problema ron. Ngayon ang tinatanong kung anong magandang beach sa Sulu kasi peaceful. Maraming salamat.
Papasalamat po ako magsukol sa ating kapatid na tiga Sulu. Malaki pong tulong sa atin ang katahimikan sa Sulu. At yan po ay magbibigay po ng oportunidad sa ating West Mincom, lalo na ang Naval Forces West Min, na mag-perform po ng functions to guard the Sulu Sea passage po na papasok sa ating major sea lane of international sea lane of communication sa internal waters po natin. So marami pong salamat sa dati ko pong classmate si Congressman Arbison sa katahimikan sa Sulu, at hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Munir Orbison. Next to interpolate from the minority, Congressman Tonchi Dino.
Salamat, Chair. Meron pong PowerPoint kung pwede. Pero tutuloy ko na habang hinintay natin. Una yung tungkol pa rin sa pension reform, MUP pension reform. So, noong 2015, ang budget para sa MUP pension was 68.6 billion. Ngayong 2027, the proposed budget for pension is 154 billion. So, mahigit na doble na po. Na-discuss na kanina, pero sumasang-ayon po ba ang DND na urgent? Kailangan na pong mapatupad yung pagreforma. Ang pinaka-reforma na kailangan ay kailangan magkaroon na ng contribution system ang AFP at uniform personnel katulad ng ibang mga government employees at saka private na nagko-contribute sa SSS, may counterpart at doon ang gagaling ang pensyon. Hindi yung kasalukuyan na buong-buo na sinasubsidize ng GAA.
Ito po ang aking kasagutan, yung 154 po, katulad nung naipaliwanag natin kanina, 49% lang po doon ang nasa AFP.
Yes.
Umakyat po dahil humingi po ang ating mga veterano ng adjustment. Dahil wala pong adjustment for the past years. Ako po hindi po tutol sa pension reform lamang kung papaano ito may implement. As kailangan po pag-aralan natin ang epekto ng engganyo na sumama po sa serbisyo and actually yung risk po na hinaharap na pwede pong lalong-lalo na po yung mga na totally disabled na bata. Yun po ang talagang malaki. Kasi automatic discharge po na magkakaroon siya ng benefits based on his current rank. So, hindi po ako tutol kahit nasa contributions, but when will we start it and who will be affected? So it has to be studied. And the most important thing po is to separate the armed forces from the rest of the civilian agencies. Katulad po ng PNP at saka BJMP. Part of the service is local, or a major part. So it's also fair that the LGUs share the pension burden. Ano? Ngayon po, yung disposable income po nila, naiiwan din sa pamilya. No? Hindi wala po akong debate. Mga teacher natin, malaki din po ang risk. No? Lalo-lalo na nakikita po natin yung teacher na tumatawid sa baha para pumunta lang sa eskwelahan. Ngunit, ang pakiusap lang, pag-aralan po itong mabuti at kung kailan po i-implement.
Chair, pangalawang beses binanggit ni Secretary yung pangangailangang ihiwalay yung pension ng military sa civilian uniform, I suppose. No? So yun yung police, BJMP, Bucor, etc. At ang kuha ko sa sinasabi nyo, dapat may contribution din ng LGU sa kanilang pension. Could you elaborate on this? Para ngayon ko lang narinig ang ganitong proposal. Parang sinasabi, ngayon, national government ang buong-buong nagbabayad ng pensyon. So ang sinasuggest nyo ba dapat kalgahinan ng LGU at least a part of the civilian uniform personnel pension?
Opo, dapat pag-aralan po natin. Hindi ko po sinasabi that is one way, pero kailangan po i-examine po natin dahil ang serbisyo ng police is basically local, no? Except for national crime fighting authorities. So in terms of burden sharing, dahil yung IRA po, alam naman po natin that goes in block, which is undiminished. I think we might want to study the fiscal impact of burden sharing for them. I'm not saying that that's a cut and dried solution, pero tingnan po natin, no, para naman mais yung pension burden ng ating national government.
Okay. So Okay, ngayon ko lang narinig ito, no, na burden sharing, ibig sabihin ipakarga yung pensyon ng police at iba pang uniform aside from military sa LGU. Pero
Hindi po totally.
hindi
Maybe a
totally.
portion or marami pong financial permutations na pwede mangyari on an actuarial basis. So importante din po talaga po ito ay pag-aralan din po on an actuarial and a sustainable basis, no.
Pero ang basic po doon, sang-ayon kayo na dapat may kontribusyon.
It depends ho on when and how. Sa ngayon ho, nakatutok po at punong-puno ngayon yung ating sundalo dahil halos 90% na yung fill up. Hindi po ako in conscience pwedeng humingi sa kanila ng kontribusyon, no? Sa ngayon.
Okay. Of
And
course,
we are requiring them to do more insofar as I'm concerned, no.
So kayo hindi sa ngayon tingin nyo hindi dapat hingan ng kontribusyon.
Hindi po dapat. Tignan po
Sa ngayon.
natin kung may sustainable na programa na kakayanin naman po nila at batay po sa kanila, we will consider it ho. We will be open to it. No? All proposals for easing the fiscal burden are open. But there are no definitives until we see the plan.
Hindi po bago yung mga proposals for pension reform. I mean, sa totoo lang, nung una akong pumasok sa Kongreso, pinag-uusapan na po to. I would imagine, nung nasa Kongreso pa kayo, issue na rin ito. At isa sa mga proposal doon po ito na yung mga bagong papasok, sa kanila ipapatupad yung contribution system. Ibig sabihin, yung mga nasa serbisyo na, pwedeng hindi na. Sabi nyo nga, parang may kontrata yan nung pumasok sila, kailangang i-fulfill yon. Pero sa mga bago, hindi ba pwedeng ganun?
Actually po, that would make sense because then you have time for the pension plan to mature. So that may drawdown, pag unang drawdown po dun sa pension system na yon, yung mga nag-contribute na magbe-benefit. So i-carry na lang yung mga current. Maaari din po yun. Yun nga lang, pag-aralan lang po natin yung optional at mandatory retirements kasi baka naman po maubos yung optional at makakaapekto din yung pension sa magkanong sahod. Depende na po sa actuarial. Lalo-lalo na po kung merong legislated benefits. Yun po ang problema. Yun po ang kakain sa buhay ng pondo. But, sa bagong entry po na mag-contribution, and then if you can design a pension system that will benefit them to allow the system to mature, why not? We can consider it all.
Okay, may baka tanong pa pero let me move on to another issue. Recently, the Secretary made statements regarding Chinese language teaching and cultural exchange sa mga Filipino-Chinese schools dito sa Pilipinas. Could you elaborate on your concern regarding this?
It was a matter of concern, Your Honor, because it was reported that the training was done by Jinan University. And Jinan University was the source of the supposed study that Batanes was part of China. So, and we all know, Your Honor, that this is a state university, and depending on how you look at things, I think if it's state-sponsored, then you mean party-sponsored. And so it is a matter of concern that even as a normal parent, that Chinese language teachers who may even be teaching minors are coming from the same institution that publish these kinds of supposed academic studies. It's a matter of concern, but our agency has alerted other agencies and we're not actively pursuing anything on it.
Meron po kayong statement sa isang kapihan sa Manila Bay Forum. Sabi nyo rito na ngayon ito malaking ebidensya na itong mga eskwelahan ay ginagamit sa mali. Ang tinutukoy nyo po yung mga local Filipino-Chinese schools. Hindi naman lahat, pero meron dyan mali. Kaya dapat maging masusi tayo, hindi lamang sa university, kung hindi sa mga mababang paaralan, kung saan may cultural and language and other exchanges. Sabi niyo po, may ebidensya, malaking ebidensya, na may mga eskwelahan.
It's res
Opo.
ipsa loquitur on their part if they publish something. I was referring to the university, Jinan.
So ang
University.
tinutukoy niyo po rito yung university,
Yes,
hindi yung
yes.
mga school. Iklaro
No,
po natin
no,
kasi
no.
very sensitive po
Yeah,
ito.
yes, I beg to clarify and thank the gentleman for asking the clarification.
Okay.
It's Jinan University because
So hindi niyo po tinutukoy yung mga school
we have no
Chinese.
evidence on
You
local
have no
schools.
evidence.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you for that clarification. Kasi nga po, parang ang
we
based
don't
on the
also want to
quote.
cause panic, you know.
Yes.
Yes.
Especially among the Filipino
Yes, Your
Chinese
Honor. Yes, Your
community. Okay. Now, of course, sang-ayon tayo na talagang kabalbalan yung claim ng Jinan University na ang Batanes ay bahagi ng Pilipinas. Pero itong let me wind up, Madam Chair. Itong issue na to ay nagmula sa isang report ng Sea-Light. Ayan po, that is the report. The university that said Batanes is China is also training Manila's Chinese teachers. Okay, this is an article published by Juan Ray Powell, the director of Sea-Light. Ngayon, itong Sea-Light po, are you aware of the funding and the origins of Sea-Light,
I'm
Secretary?
not aware of the funding, Your Honor, but I know the individual.
Si Ray Powell.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course, si Ray Powell, of course, is actually laman ng balita yan, lumalabas sa media often, and he talks about these issues. Now, next slide po. Actually, yung kanyang Sea-Light, I don't know, maybe, ito ang lumalabas po, na yung kanyang Sea-Light is a project of the Gordian Knot Center for the Gordian Knot Center for Strategic Innovation. Tama po. Is that correct?
I'm not in a position to confirm or
And
deny, Your Honor.
this Gordian, next slide po. Yung Gordian Knot Center for, it's called Stanford University's Gordian Knot Center for National Security Innovation. Okay. According to this article published on the Navy.mil website, meaning to say US Navy website, this was established by the Office of Naval Research, which is a part of the US Navy. Next slide. And so the director, ayan na po, the Office of Naval Research, which is part of the US Navy. And next slide. Yung kanyang this is the social media Twitter account of Ray Powell, and his handle is Gordian Knot Ray. No, yun yung connection, no? So, in other words, itong si Ray Powell na aktibong-aktibo sa media ng Pilipinas, and in fact sets the media agenda dahil siya yung unang naglabas ng report regarding the Chinese university. Apparently ay nakaugnay pala sa US Navy, no? Yung kanyang center ay tinatag ng US Navy. So hindi po ba may tuturing din ito in the same way na yung ginagawa ng China ay tinatawag na foreign information manipulation and interference, ay di ba dapat ding ituring na foreign information manipulation and interference ang Sea-Light at itong si Ray Powell. In other words, kailangan may disclosure din at may transparency at disclosure sa pinanggagalingan ditong Ray Powell at madalas na sinasite ng DND, ng Coast Guard, no, si Admiral Tariela at iba pa.
I think that that's up to him to address, Your Honor, and for the Gordian Knot Center to address. For us, we have our own independent sources. Now, what's important here is what the information is. Is it accurate or not? When we compare a Batanes narrative with activities in the West Philippine Sea, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And what we are after in foreign malign influence is misinformation. So, and not information per se, it's misinformation. So, at the end of the day, the credibility will lie on who has the more accurate information. But in terms of his connections, that is for him to disclose.
Of course. Okay, so agad doon na lang po yung tanong ko, pero meron pa akong mga tanong, so next round na lang po. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Tino. Next to interpolate from the majority, Representative Johan Bautista.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning po to the members of the committee, my fellow colleagues, and of course, Secretary Chidoro and the DND family. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I will be asking questions po pertaining to our uniform personnel. No, I'm not sure if it's classified information to ask more or less ilan po bang ating uniform personnel, and if that is classified information, may I ask Madam Chair, magkano po ba sa pondo ng department ang allocated for the uniforms and fabrics of our uniform personnel, more or less, Madam Chair?
For the uniform personnel, Your Honor, we have 162,000. As for the clothing, I'm not too sure. How much? See. Your Honor, because we have to aggregate the clothing is per service. We don't have the aggregated amount at this time, but we can provide you with the information.
All right, Madam Chair, we can await that figures. The reason I'm asking this, Madam Chair, is that pertaining to RA 9242 or the Philippine Tropical Fabrics Law. This was passed in 2004, and this requires the use of Philippine tropical fabrics for government uniforms and to support locally manufactured products, local resources, and promote employment. No, this is for our local industries. Particularly po yung IIR po niyan, strengthened implementation by requiring local sourcing and the DOST PTRI testing and certification, and there are also allowed exemptions. In other words, it is not enough that our uniforms are made in the country. It is required that we use a certain amount of Philippine fabrics. So, may we ask kung wala man pong ano for the department, Madam Chair, to submit if they have projected figures on what would the budget to be spent on RA 9242 compliant Philippine-made fabrics, Madam Chair.
I don't have the figure right now, Your Honor, because the fabric must not only be Philippine-made but must conform to minimum standards of safety and fireproofing that we have. We know that an indigenous fabric industry is hard to get because we don't have indigenous cotton and other fabrics which actually cannot be substituted based on the safety considerations. Nonetheless, Your Honor, we will provide you with the information, and it's not a question of the manufacturer really, it's the sourcing of the fabric, and we had to resource fabric actually to more trusted sources, meaning to say countries which, if at all, are not involved in disputes with us.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary. Now, going to that, the issue of local sourcing, Madam Chair, if the Philippine manufacturers cannot yet supply all of the, or at least some of the uniform requirements or meet certain military specifications, Meron po bang ginagawa ang department together with the DOST, PTRI, and the local industry to at least address that gap and eventually comply with this law?
Thank you for the question, Your Honor. Honestly, I have not had the chance to devote time with the DOST and with the local fabric industry because I'm really concerned now on our supply chains more than anything. So it's something I'll schedule to look into it on a department-wide basis. But then it will depend also on the production of and the agricultural production that we have for cotton. And I know that for silk, for example, for parachutes, there were some who tried to venture into silk, but there was no market unless silk was branded with a country. So the experiments failed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I think the IRR of the law that I'm mentioning only requires 5% of to use Philippine fabrics. And I believe that the Army, under former General Navarrete, I read somewhere that they actually started meeting with the DOST on the matter. Now, I think as regards the issue of local sourcing, it's just a suggestion, and maybe the department can also help by providing maybe projected needs in order for us to help develop our local industry for the fabrics, and at the same time comply po with the requirement of using at least 5% of Philippine fabric for our uniforms, Madam Chair.
I was informed to the honorable representative and Madam Chair that the issue there is our battle dress uniforms, which have safety standards. But for the general office attire, I think there's some component of Philippine fabrics and of course the office barongs.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just to me is to, if we are able to communicate the needed requirements, standards, then hopefully maybe we can help develop or grow that industry and locally source our own products for the making of our uniforms, Madam
I
Chair.
think, Your Honor, I will welcome the idea because locally made should not necessarily be locally grown, just as long as the growing is on a Philippine X country basis, like the experiment made with the beef industry before, where we had no grazing land. And the original plan was to have a beef or cattle industry somewhere else where land was cheap and just import it for the Philippines. So we really have to be creative about these arrangements that we make, particularly if all our arable land is for food production rather than non-food items. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a very valuable suggestion. We welcome it.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary. And anyway, the requirement so far of the law is only 5% of the entire uniform, I think. Now, moving on, Madam Chair, under RA 12024, or the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Law, it directs the government to strengthen the local defense industry, support in-country enterprises, promote technology transfer, develop resilient supply chains, and prioritize local employment. For the 2027 budget, Madam Chair, can the department provide us on how much procurement or program spending is expected to support local production, local maintenance, Filipino suppliers, more or less, Madam Chair?
There will be, honestly speaking, none, Your Honor. Why? The law is fatally flawed, does not provide for co-equity and co-investment, and it does not provide for research and development. So it will not meet the needs of a future armed force. So unless you put in the law provision for equity or research and development, there will be no right thinking producer of technology that will allow you to benefit on the upside when you do not share the risk of the downside. That is a simple value proposition, Your Honor. Because the most important thing is not the production, even though 100% production is done outside. It's the intellectual property rights that are important. That you have equal rights to the IPR. That is the key and the cornerstone. If you cannot acquire the intellectual property rights, then you have no rights at all, even though you are co-producing. There will be no technology transfer. That's a value proposition that those who have been in the private sector know and know fully well.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary, for that very straightforward answer. And I think it is the position of the Secretary that there is a need to amend this law.
Definitely, Your Honor. And you can download the R&D for it to the DOST. If you don't have a budget for risk capital, then you cannot derive any benefits whatsoever. It's just like people in the mining industry. If you don't spend for the exploration, which is risky, I mean, how can you value something properly?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary. Just wanted to thank the Secretary and commit to look into the proposed suggestions of Mr. Secretary to amend the law and ensure its implementation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Johan Bautista. At this point, I would like to acknowledge the additional House members who are present today. Congressman Junard Ahong Chan, Vice Chair Jobo Aquino, Representative J.J. Romualdo, Representative Ferdinand Beltran, Representative Elijah San Fernando, Assistant Majority Leader Ticarlo Oyo Uy, and Representative Samir Tan. Next to interpolate, from the minority, Congressman Egay Risa.
Good morning, Secretary Chodoro and the rest of the DND family. My late father was a former member of the Philippine Air Force, a non-commissioned officer before he worked with Air America in Vietnam. So we have a long relations with the U.S. But at the same time, we have also a very long relations with China. With the U.S. militarily, with China economically. So foreign policy really is, as I see it now, is really, I think there's a divergence between the statements of President Marcos and Secretary Teodoro. Well, it might be a strategic way of doing things, but there's also dangers. So let me just, for example, President Marcos says that we need a reset in terms of relations with China. Secretary Teodoro says broader defense engagement with China is impossible because China lacks good faith. Marcos says China remains an important investment and economic partner. Secretary Teodoro says China uses coercion, blackmail, and foreign influence. President Marcos discusses joint oil exploration. Meanwhile, the Philippine defense system becomes increasingly interoperable with the United States, especially with the EDCA sites. So there might be a decline on the trust on both countries, the US and China. Ayoko pong pangunahan yung strategy as I very well know that the president is the chief architect of foreign policy. However, there are public concerns. At ito po yung gusto ko sanang itanong. First question po, Secretary. What exactly triggers the Mutual Defense Treaty?
The triggering of Article 5 of the Mutual Defense Treaty is a call of the Philippine government or the U.S. government if an attack is made on either country, public vessel, and the like. So the trigger really is a call of an executive or the triggering party. Here it will be the President of the Philippines based on an attack on any public vessel if he feels that Article 5, which is the active portion of the Mutual Defense Treaty, comes into play.
What happens if China and the U.S. engage in the Taiwan war? What are the possibility of the Philippines participating in this?
The President has made clear, Your Honor, that the Philippines is constitutionally prohibited from engaging in foreign.
Pardon?
The President has made clear that the Philippines is prohibited from engaging in any offensive activity, so it's purely defensive.
But the U.S. might use the EDCA sites, several EDCA sites in the Philippines to launch their attacks.
That's a speculative thing, but it has not. And
it's a reality.
Under President's guidance, it cannot.
So it remains to be speculative as far as you are concerned.
Oh, sure, Your Honor. It's speculative, but insofar as the President's guidance is concerned, it cannot be used for any external factor.
Can they use the Philippine territory during the Taiwan conflict? The EDCA sites?
It can only be used if, Your Honor, Philippines is under attack or threat.
So this is very clear in the
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
in the treaty.
It is clear. And under the Agreement on Enhanced Defense Cooperation, it cannot violate any Philippine law or the Constitution.
Could U.S. offensive missiles be permanently positioned here?
If they're with the Philippines, Your Honor, then we will welcome them if they're under the Philippine Armed Forces.
Pardon, Mr. Secretary, I
If
can
they're part
barely hear
of
you.
the Philippine arsenal, Your Honor.
So they can launch a missile attack to China.
The Philippines will launch, Your Honor, if ever. If they become part of the armed forces of the Philippines, we will welcome it.
So your answer is they cannot use offensive missiles
From Philippine territory?
from Philippine territory.
No, Your Honor, for offensive purposes, unless Article 5 is activated, and it's to defend the Philippines.
And what is our long-term West Philippine Sea objective?
The long-term West Philippine Sea objective, Your Honor, it remains the same. Under the Constitution, it's to explore and exploit for the Filipinos each and every item in there that we can.
So how would you relate this to the pronouncement of the President that we can have joint oil exploration with China?
Well, that's subject to Philippine law, Your Honor, and the Constitution.
And when it comes to, because there are millions of Filipino Chinese here in the Philippines. In fact, Secretary Chidoro, you are a Kohanko and with Chinese roots. Am I right?
Oh yeah, 7 generations ago.
Yes, yes. And there are, I talked to the Filipino Chamber of Commerce here. There are about 200,000 or more Chinese who illegally enter the Philippines with fake documents provided by agencies of our government. And they are not now so worried with what's happening, even when, for example, when you conducted involved in the Sanja
Ah, yes, Your
Raid
Honor.
in Cagayan de Oro.
And where is it located, Your Honor? The Philippine
Cagayan de Oro.
Veterans Industrial Estate.
Yes.
That is a supervised agency under the DND. So there is no business for anyone doing illegal activities in there.
Doing what?
Illegal activities, Your Honor, which is why there is a closure order by the DNR and a revocation of its ECC.
Eh, can the civilian agencies do that? Or
Of course, Your Honor. Yes,
and why would the DND be involved?
because FIBIDEC, Your Honor, is under a supervised agency under the DND.
A supervised,
Agency. It is a
Agency.
GOCC supervised by the DND.
so it's the GOCC is under the DND,
It is attached to the DND.
attached to the
Yes, Your Honor.
DND.
And the DND under 6975 still has a mandate for internal and national security.
Okay. Can you specifically state what's the illegal activity?
Producing substandard steel, Your Honor, which did not pass regulations. Environmental damage, Your Honor. Having radioactively tainted scrap metals in there. And danger to the workers.
But no espionage or military issues?
The military issue there, Your Honor, it was in FIBIDEC, jurisdictionally
Oh, okay.
under the
But
DND.
there's no allegation that's being used by the Chinese government for any espionage activity or something.
There is no evidence, Your Honor, but I will leave that to the law enforcement authorities, the NBI, who actually got a search warrant from a court before entering into the area.
Yes.
And these are law enforcement operations. Before doing so, a search warrant valid was taken, Your Honor. It was not a unilateral entry without judicial authority.
And there's also the case of Joseph C., a mining owner here in the Philippines who was fake documents, and he was being incarcerated for at least for almost a year. And there's also an allegation that he's a China government spy. Do you have any information
the
on that?
allegation I know of Joseph C., Your Honor, is a fake citizenship.
No espionage issue.
As far as I know, there was none. It's a BI issue, Your Honor.
It's a BI issue.
Yeah.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Your Honor.
Thank you, Kong Agay, Reset. Next to interpolate, from the majority, Representative Brian Po.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'd like to say it is, of course, an honor and a privilege to be able to review the budget of our Department of National Defense and our uniformed personnel. And with that being said, I also look forward to the future thinking that our Secretary pulls into the Department of National Defense. So my questions will be along those lines now. I was reviewing the budget, and under slide 22, under the Philippine Air Force's budget, I can't seem to see a particular allocation for drone tech or hardware. Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, if I may ask, do we have a specific allocation for the procurement of drones?
Your Honor, that's part of the modernization fund, but first and foremost, we have to integrate the capabilities and to have proper working procedures for using them. They currently have a fleet of UAVs, which provide ISR services for us. And as we mature on the cycle, Your Honor, then we can acquire more. Actually, the drones are not a problem, Your Honor. It's what you put in them, which are of more touchy issues, and what we need are the capabilities that are put on them. Until we are able to fully integrate them and produce them in or acquire them in a quantity which will allow us to integrate them fully, aside from ISR, in our horizon, then it can be a more sustainable exercise, Your Honor.
Along those lines, Madam Chair, it's also important for us to note, tama naman po si Sec, kahit meron tayong drones, if we do not have the capacity to absorb it into the AFP, or if we do not have the personnel trained for these drones, then we would be procuring hardware that would be inimplementable in the field. So actually,
Your Honor, more than
Yes.
the personnel, it is the integration into the operations. What do you do with them? And how do you use them with the core capabilities that you have already? And each service will need to develop a niche area in it. But initially, we have to have the connectivity and the network capabilities to operate them as real time as possible. If it's ISR, definitely the connectivity is a biggest issue, because it depending on what you want to observe, then it may even go as high as the highest in the command chain. So that connectivity and the security of the connectivity is paramount for us.
Madam Chair, the reason why I'm inquiring as to what our progress is into the implementation of drone technology into our armed forces is the economics of warfare is starting to play out globally. We've seen the economics of the Iran war that's currently taking place in the drone cost versus the F-16 or F-15s that the U.S. is using. We're learning more and more that larger hardware and in military is becoming less and less cost effective in comparison to the newer drone technology and robotic technology that's coming out, which is why I'm looking for it in the budget, but I couldn't find a specific line item for it. Although the good secretary has pointed our attention to the modernization program of the AFP, and hopefully we have more items there. Is there anything maybe in the naval budget that has a specific item for drone tech? Because if we're going boat to boat, it's not the same, but maybe there is an item for procurement for drones for the Navy.
Your Honor, these items are classified items, so we also cannot identify the systems because they are very, very sensitive to compromise, particularly with AI. We are also in close contact with several countries that have expertise with drones. And the hard part there is to catch up with the cycle. Because, for example, in one country, the retooling and reprogramming of drones goes down to at least every 3 days. If not, they become ineffective. Increases the challenge. Although we do have capabilities, Your Honor, we're not at liberty to disclose them this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I don't expect that the DND would declassify such sensitive information. It's just more of the assurance that it is there and that leadership is already discussing it and that it is being secured for the future of our defense. Also, I wanted to clarify whether or not this modernization program is taking into consideration that one of our neighbors is planning to ban the sale of critical drone hardware or chip manufacturing. I believe there's some allied states who are positioning to help supply us. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor, they are, particularly SOFA partner countries who also need resilience in their own supply chains because of the high technology they use. That is well in in the partnerships we're entering into with them, based on the SOFAs, Your Honor. And the more we learn, the more the complexity comes into play, and the more we need our upgrades to C4 I-Star before anything else, which we are doing anyway.
Madam Chair, the reason why I'm so adamant on this is because, for example, one F-16, an average price may go for $70 million, more or less. That's the equivalent of about 2,000 Shahid-class drones. So the economics is very clear. No, and let's not even get into the cost of an aircraft carrier versus the drones capable of defending our islands and seas. In comparison, if we're not preparing for this new kind of economics in our defense, then we're going to be left behind. But I'm glad to hear from the Secretary and from our team that we are making the necessary preparations and that leadership is very much on top of this. That's all the assurance that we need here in Congress. Moving on to lighter topics, Madam Chair, I noticed that the NDCP had a 9.65% decrease in budget in the NEP. Madam Chair, may I ask the Secretary why the NDCP is losing funding?
Capital outlay, Your Honor. And actually, we're using a portion of new structure in the NDCP, which we need to rebuild also, once again, because of certain finishing items we need to finish. It's basically capital outlay, Your Honor. But be that as it may, rest assured that we will. I'm driving the NDCP to have more creative and more, shall we say, broader outlook on national security, which is very, very important this day and age.
Madam Chair, along those lines, I just wanted to get into the programs of NDCP. The MNSA program is a very popular program. It's been changed a bit. I believe we haven't started with a senior executive class batch 3 yet, but there are a lot of government and private sector individuals who would like to join the program and be contributors to the success of the Department of National Defense and our uniformed personnel. Is there any progress on the next batch?
Your Honor, I'm still reviewing the proposed content of the senior executive program and make it, shall we say, for self-interest, make the graduates more knowledgeable about the needs of the defense ecosystem. And it should not be on an old paradigm, but with what we're seeing right now that we need. In terms of core government systems that have hampered our growth.
Yes, our education system does need to evolve with the defense needs of the times. With that, I just have one last question. OCD lost 0.96%. And I know that OCD is heavily involved with a lot of our disaster relief operations. This 0.96% that we lost may seem small, but 0.96% of 2.5 billion is actually quite a large number for disaster relief. As a final update from the DND, may I ask, what did we lose out on here, po?
Capital outlay too. And by the way, for the OCD and the NDCP, for a long-term plan, we need a capital outlay because we have to really relocate them from Camp Aguinaldo, which is already very, very crowded at this time. And since it is a highly technical area already, for the OCD, I instructed them to look for a place in Bonifacio where access by local government executives and civilians will be unhampered. And with NDCP, we are looking to relocate them in a 60-hectare property that the DND owns in Camp John Hay in Baguio. So they can have, that place can be used, and we can be freed of space in Camp Aguinaldo, which is badly needed by both the armed forces and the DND proper itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I note that the DND's budget has increased for this year overall, and that's necessary to protect our status as a middle power in ASEAN and to guarantee that we can police and protect our sovereign nation. So with that, I'd like to offer my full support, of course, to the DND and to our uniformed personnel. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Chair, and thank you to the gentleman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brian Poe. Next to interpolate from the minority, Congressman Sara Ilago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, can we get an update on the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the DND DPWH infrastructure program, the tatag para sa infrastruktura, para sa katatagan, no, ng ating seguridad at kapayapaan dito
Honor,
sa
there was none for
bansa.
this year.
None for this year, but the DND committed since it has a supervisory authority, no, in this
It
project.
has none for this year, and we have to have a new paradigm on constructing our main operating bases and major bases in order to support the infrastructure that we need.
Madam Chair, what about the update, no, on those projects which are unfinished and unusable as of 2025?
We can provide the update, Your Honor, but the problem is with the amounts released to the DND, there was 100% of the amount released, but it's not enough to complete, I believe. Non-implementable are 27, implementable are still 51 of a total of 78.
78, Madam Chair. So meron pa hong nasa 212, no? Or 218 na hindi pa natin a-account. So, na-check na ho ba itong 218 na projects na ito? Ano na hong mangyayari dun sa mga
78 lang
nasimulan?
ho yung nasa aming mga figures, no?
Okay. Yung report kasi, Madam Chair, ng DND from last year, 648 out of 944 projects yung completed. So, ibig sabihin, nasa 200 plus pa yung mga hindi natatapos at hindi nagagamit. Malaking concern ito, Madam Chair, dahil pampublikong pondo at nais natin matiyak na nagagamit talaga para dun sa layunin at hindi ho nasasayang.
Ito po yung 2026 na tikas, ano, na nireport sa amin. At ang number dito, 78, implementable ay 51, ang non-27, kaya scrap na po yan. Yung implementable, alamin ko pa po yung status, kung ano ito. At ang mas importante po sa amin talaga ay ang major bases namin at yung mga bago na kailangan gawin.
Madam Chair, last year din po, the DND Secretary vowed to check meticulously these projects. Na-check na po ba lahat ng mga proyekto na ito? Nagkaroon ng inspection, assessment ng kalagayan. Sinabi rin ho ng DND Secretary na siya ay makikipag-usap sa DPWH Secretary Vince Dizon. That is to discuss possible filing of appropriate charges, no, against people behind these projects.
The report to me, Your Honor, is that prior to 2026, these are all DPWH issues and funds. So nasa kampo namin, pero nasa DPWH yung pondo. Sa kanila siguro dapat tanungin, at sa sinabi ko, Your Honor, masyado na ang workload ng ating mga sundalo. So dapat nasa sa DPWH na yan, ano? In any case, ipinagbiling ko na rin sa Armed Forces of the Philippines pag major bases at even up to the battalion level, may standard na kaming kailangan ipapatupad. No?
Madam Chair, pwede tayong bigyan ng update tungkol dun sa pakikipag-usap niyo sa DPWH tungkol sa potential filing of charges doon sa mga tao na nasa likod ng mga proyekto na ito. Na hindi po biro kasi ito ay nasa 15 billion pesos worth of uncompleted, idle, and unusable military
As
infrastructure
of this time, wala
projects.
po akong maibigay na update. Admittedly, yan ay issue na kailangan din reviewin namin, and may itatalaga na lang kami. Yung chief engineer, italaga nyo na.
Madam Chair, pwede tayong bigyan ng update bago ho ang plenary schedule ng DND tungkol dito. Last year pa po yung commitment na iimbestigahan at pag-uusapan yung filing of charges at nababahala po tayo na hanggang ngayon wala pang update pagdating dito.
Gawa ng dami po ng mga disaster na nangyayari at kailangan pagtuunan ng pansin. Lalo-lalo na po ngayon, ang dami dyan sa mga areas na yan sa barm area na nakatutok po yung mga tao para maiwasan ang kung anumang violence na mangyari, at yan po ay ino-augmentan pa namin ng tao para lang masigurado na successful yung election. Ano? So, susubukan po natin na bago plenary, pero kung hindi nun po namin maabot, it needs to be settled also between us. No?
Yes, Madam Chair. Dapat po, hindi pumayag ang Committee on Appropriations na hindi magkaroon ng maayos na report dito. Hindi lang po sa DND, no? Pero maski ho sa DPWH na sila naman po yung nag-undertake ng bidding, etc. Yung mismong construction. Dahil hindi po biro ang 15 billion pesos. Ito po ay kalahati na ng buong budget ng DOST. No? So imagine no, how huge no, that amount is. Next, Madam Chair, gusto ko pong magtanong tungkol sa revised AFP modernization program. Sinabi niyo ho na may mga 10 agreement na napirmahan sa ilalim ng programa na ito. Can you share what particular agreements have been signed in relation to this program?
Can only give the category because these are restricted. So these are some major weapon systems, some domain awareness systems for external defense.
Can you also share, Madam Chair, sino po yung, ano yung mga bansa no, na kausap natin sa mga bilateral agreements na ito?
Kontrata po ito, G2G halos lahat, and it's from a host of countries,
All right.
not only one.
Which are? Okay.
We cannot disclose some of them, Your Honor, because if they tie the system to the country of origin, makokompromiso na po yung sistema.
All right.
So, all I can say, they are like-minded countries who share shared interests in the West Philippine Sea with us.
Okay, Madam Chair, hingi na lang din po ng representation na ito, yung ulat ng DND.
Those countries that will not pose a supply chain problem because of conditions attaining in those countries.
Yes. So, report on the AFP modernization program from the year 1995 to this year. Hingin po natin para makapaghanda rin no, sa mga ilan pa nating katanungan tungkol sa programa na ito. Ngayon, Madam Chair, tungkol naman po sa pag-fire ng Tomahawk missile mula Tacloban na ang impact area ay sa Nueva Ecija bilang parte ng balikatan exercises. Sino po ang nag-a-aproba ng ganitong tipo ng mga
Ang Republika po ng
activities?
Pilipinas.
Okay.
Based on list of approved activities na every year po ating pinapasukan with the United States sa MDB, Mutual Defense Board na pinamumunuan po ng DFA.
Sa ganito pong activities, meron bang role yung local government units natin pagdating po sa matter lang ng information na magkakaroon ng ganito?
Nasa operational security na po namin yan at sinisigurado namin po na walang pinsala sa community. Kaya nga po ang nilapagan nito ay Fort Magsaysay mismo.
Alright, Madam Chair. Nag-raise tayo dito ng concern dahil nung nakita nga natin sa balita na Tomahawk missiles na hindi naman lingid din sa ating kaalaman na ginagamit din po no, sa mga gera ngayon na nangyayari sa West Asia, sa Middle East, sa Iran, ay nababahala ho no, ang representasyon na ito, na nangyayari na ito no, sa ating kapuluan. Ngayon naman, tungkol pa rin sa balikatan exercises, tungkol dun sa nasa 6,300 na mga fisher folk na affected ng fishing ban, sa kung saan po natin sinasagawa ang balikatan exercises, ang sabi ho ay may binibigay per person na tulong, aid, dahil hindi sila makapangisda no, sa duration ng balikatan exercises. Nabigyan na ho ba lahat itong mga mangingisda na naapektuhan ang kanilang kabuhayan dahil dito?
Tayo po sa local government units ay natutulungan po lahat. No? At ito'y tulong din ng BFAR at ng iba pong maahensya. No?
Madam Chair, saan nanggagaling ang fund para dito?
Ang tumutulong po dito ay BFAR. Opo, sila po ang tumutulong dahil sila po ang may charge sa ating fisher folk.
Okay, so kahit po balikatan exercise, would you know kung magkano po yung ginastos dito ng BFAR?
Hindi ko po
In
matidisclose
relation to
yung amounts at based on LGU na kooperasyon po yun.
Okay, Madam Chair, na-raise ko din tong concern na to kasi out of 6,300 na nangangailangan ng mangingisda, sa balita po at sabi rin ng mga fisher folk organizations, nasa 226 lang po yung nakatanggap. Ayan, kaya we'll definitely raise this matter before the Department of Agriculture and BFAR. No, kasi po, ang Pilipinas po pala gumagastos din no, para po sa sinasagawang balikatan exercises dito sa bansa.
Opo, gumagastos po talaga tayo dahil it's for mutual defense.
Okay, so magkano po ang nagastos natin for the year 2025 to 2026?
Po, no, there's portion there we cannot disclose for operational security because these amounts can be directly tied to activities.
Okay.
So I hope the representative understands that these are operationally secure matters and part of the exercise is to remain operationally secure.
Yes, pero Madam Chair, hindi ba dapat
There's a lump sum budget
Yeah.
for this, and we account to the on an operationally secure basis.
Okay, so saan po
for this.
nakalodge ang budget na ito? You said meron po sa before?
Sa training, sa training
Sa?
po namin. Sa training namin.
Sa training. Okay, pero bukod po ba sa DA at before, meron pang ibang mga departments?
I would not know.
Na
I would not
gumagastos?
know this na hindi ko na po cargo yun.
O, sige po. I will raise this before DA. No, tapos, DA, the Department of Agriculture, kasi nasa kanila din po ang BIFAR at sila po ang magsasama-sama no, nang mag-discuss tungkol ho dyan. I will register for the round 2, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat.
Yes, thank you, Kong Sarah. Next to interpolate from the majority, Representative Leo Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, DND family. Madam Chair, under RA 12076 or the Ligtas Pinoy Center Act, government is mandated to establish permanent evacuation center in every city and municipality. For 2027, 3.06 billion is proposed for 34 Ligtas Pinoy Center, 2 per region at 90 million each. We note that Bicol has been identified as among the priority areas for the implementation of this program, as mentioned by our good President in his recent SONA. Inasahan po namin na ito dahil kami ang sumasalubong sa mga paparating na bagyo, lalo na ngayon na mas nagiging matindi ang mga ito. So malaki po ang may tulong nito sa amin. Provided this, may we ask the OCD have the specific sites or priority LGUs for 2027 centers already been identified, and what criteria will be used in selecting them?
Ito
Madam
pong
Chair.
problema natin, ano? At mabuti na itanong ni Representative Rodriguez ang tanong. Kung bawat city, bawat municipality, nalubog yung tatlo, sabay-sabay, paano natin mapapatupad? So, pwedeng itayo sa ibang lugar for the benefit of probably the 3 cities. Nangyayari po yan sa Pangasinan. Pagka bumaha yung isa, pagka galing sa southwest ang baha, lubog ang 4 na bayan, alangan naman dun tayo magtayo. Yun po kami nahihirapan. No? For example, Lindon. Pag no construction area, yung 6 kilometer, at alam nyong lalago pa yung bulkan, paano nyo patatayuan dun sa bawat municipality and city? So, kailangan siguro ng pag-aaral din sa batas na liwanagin for the benefit of evacuees na i-identify ng DNR sa kanilang hazard mapping sa isang lugar, dun itatayo yung evacuation center sa isang lugar. Ang problema po, kailangan may consent nung pagtatayuan na munisipyo. Dahil mampupuno din siya ng tao na hindi niya kababayan. No? At least for a temporary basis. So, alam po natin yung prinsipyo. Ito po ang pinagtutuunan ng pansin ngayon. Maybe we can identify certain areas na walang issue. No? Pero sa total number of areas, ito po'y magiging function din ng bumabagsak ba yung mga kalye doon sa 2 munisipyo. Kaya kailangan may preemptive evacuation, lalo na po sa Catanduanes. Hindi ba doon sa eastern portion ninyo, babakwit yan papuntang Batdabirak area. So, dito po kami humihingi ng tulong, no, sa inyo at saka po sa DNR na kompleto ang hazard mapping na mag-identify kung saan sensible na magtayo ng evacuation centers depending on the hazard, kung bagyo or bulkan.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair. So, kasi alam niyo naman po yung Catanduanes, so I hope, Madam Chair, medyo Catanduanes sana itong ma-consider na malagyan natin ito dahil alam niyo naman na talagang kami palagi ang na-hit ng bagyo, which is na talagang na-isolate kami. Lalo na pag medyo wala ng biyahe. So nahihirap po kami marating kagad. So pag may ganito kami, medyo kahit paano, medyo ano naman tayo, secured. Opo, kaya isa yan po sa pinaparating din natin na makonsider po ang Catanduanes sa Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Dito po sa programa natin na Ligtas Pinoy Center. So napakaganda po nitong programa ng ating gobyerno, lalo na po doon sa mga talagang madalas mapiktuhan ng kalamidad ng mga probinsya. Madam Chair, our province, Catanduanes face the Pacific and form parts of the Eastern Seaboard, while our national security discussion understandable focus on the West Philippine Sea. May ask DND, mayroon po ba tayong sapat na surveillance o monitoring sa Eastern seaside ng bansa at sa mga area malapit sa Catanduanes? Paano natin sinisecure ang Eastern Seaboards in among specific investment sa ilalim ng 2027 budget at AP Modernization Program ang nakatuon sa pagpapalakas ng ating radar communication in the air and naval presence Kasi po, ng mga previous years, may mga nakapasok po sa amin na mga foreign vessel na minsan hindi natin namomonitor, Madam Chair.
Meron po yan patuloy dun sa domain awareness ng mga budget natin, pero malaking tulong po dyan yung mga bagong vessel ng Philippine Coast Guard na makakakuha po sila ng karagdagan na may assign na rin dun sa mga lugar ninyo na maring mag-increase po ng vigilance dun sa area. Admitido po tayo dun sa Eastern Seaboard, medyo kulang po talaga ang ating existing infrastructure. Ngunit nakaprograma po sa atin na yung domain awareness at least dun sa Eastern Seaboard madadagdagan po.
Madam Chair, actually, we raised the similar concern during the agency budget deliberation last year. Alam to ni Secretary, we received response from the good Secretary that they will study our proposal of establishing a naval base in the province of Catanduanes to provide support in patrolling the Eastern Seaboard. We hope the DND can also provide us with the updates of this possibility of this request. So sa kalaman lang po, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, yung pinatayo po natin doon na structure para doon sa Philippine Coast Guard, yung po ay natapos na. So the Philippine Coast Guard are planning to medyo magamit na po nila yon sa siguro ito, isang bagay ito na makakatulong po duman sa Loran na station po doon sa doon po sa munisipalidad po ng Bagamanok. Madam Secretary. Ay, Madam
Sa ngayon po,
Chair.
ang kasi requirements ng Coast Guard, iba po sa amin. Mas malaki po yung kailangan namin at mas malalaki po ang mga barko na pumapasok, no? Ang report sa akin po ng FOIC, maraming claimants dun sa area. At pangalawa po, ang pinakamalaking problema, nakita naman po natin kanina yung capital outlay budget natin binawasan. So, paano po tayo mag-proceed kung ganun, ano? Bagamat ganon, baka magtulungan na lang po kami sa Coast Guard. Pag-usapan na lang po namin kung paano kaming makapagtulungan, no, sa kanila. Based on yung capabilities namin na makakapasok sa mainland po ng Bicol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yung ano naman po, Madam Chair, yung sa lupa naman po doon, alam ko naman na okay naman po, Mr. Secretary. So, wala naman problema dahil under the may-ari na po noon, yung Philippine Coast Guard. So, wala naman tayong problema doon. Anyway, thank you po, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary sa napawaganda mong kasagutan. Alam ko naman na hindi mo papabayaan ang Catanduanes dahil isa yun po sa talagang dapat protektahan din naman natin dahil nandun nga kami sa malapit kami sa Binham Rice. Po. Salamat po. Salamat po.
Thank you, Kong Leo. Next to interpolate from the minority, Representative Elijah San Fernando.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, good morning po. It is the duty of the state to protect its citizens at all times. Ito po ang state policy natin, Mr. Secretary. Tama po ba?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
So
Your
to
Honor.
protect effectively, ang ibig sabihin po nito, our men in uniform must be well-equipped and well-rationed. Tama po, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And being well-equipped and well-rationed also means being able to provide for our own. Tama po, Mr. Secretary?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. We provide in several ways. Of course, that's part of resilience, but the reality of the situation is worldwide. There are defined supply chains for specific items of need. We should provide for our own when we can.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now, in the PDP midterm update, so the Philippine Development Plan is the plan upon which all plans of all departments must be anchored upon. In chapter 13.1, outcome number 4, it says that one of the outcome indicators is to develop a modern, credible, self-reliant defense force. Mr. Secretary, can you discuss what is the operational definition of self-reliance?
It is to secure your supply chains for the most expeditious and cost-effective means possible. We know it cannot be totally indigenous. Self-reliance does not mean indigenous.
Okay.
It means securing your supply chains on the most favorable of terms and at the least lead time possible.
So it doesn't necessarily mean, Mr. Secretary, na tayo lang. So as much as possible, if we can
100%,
acquire
yeah.
it.
That's called import substitution already,
Okay.
which is different from self-reliance because, I mean, as I made an example earlier, there was a program during the 70s, although it was cut short, where knowing fully well there was a lack of grazing land in the Philippines, it would be cheaper to buy land in other countries which were lightly populated, grow the cattle there for the Philippine cattle industry. So although the activity is somewhere else, the beneficiary being in this country, that is a way of resilience too. So for us, it's to get what we need at the speediest possible time and on an evolutionary basis.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll get back to that point po. Now, in your NEP po, Mr. Secretary, dito po sa government arsenal, nabawasan po ng 21.8% yung budget. Can you enlighten the committee as to why the budget for government arsenal was reduced by 21.8%?
Capital outlay, Your Honor, for structures and facilities. And we already have a new roadmap for the government arsenal. It being a sovereign enterprise, just like the Philippine Mint, central bank mint. And so the future activity will be to concentrate not on small arms, but on something else.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On the first quarter target po or output, ang nakasulat po dito sa 2026 target is we need to produce 60 million rounds of ammunition. The actual output is only 500,000. Can you enlighten the committee as to bakit po ganito kababa?
It's the market sourcing for precursors, Your Honor. It is a worldwide shortage right now. It's a supplier's market.
So where do we usually get these precursors, Mr. Secretary?
Depends, Your Honor, on the availability. We can get from the United States, we can get from South Africa, we can get from Brazil and other countries, which are very few. Because these are nitrocellulose. And it's a seller's market.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Dito po sa Rule 4, Section 1F ng SRDP Revitalization Act, any foreign procurement must include a mandatory understudy program to train Filipino workers and secure technology transfer. Of the multi-billion peso contracts in the 2027 program of DND, ilan po dito yung mga contract na merong audited binding understudy programs and tech transfer clauses?
There are no new 2027 contracts except very few, Your Honor. And as I said earlier, that law is unworkable unless you spend for R&D and for equity in order to have a share of the intellectual property rights. You have to invest on the risk side, on the R&D side to benefit from the upside. Or else you'll not get any viable self-reliance program whatsoever. Because the most important thing is you share in the intellectual property rights. That's the crown jewel of everything.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, kaya ako po tinanong itong mga tanong ko because it is in my position that defense also has something to do with industrial policy. For us to be able to defend ourselves and for us to have an effective defense plan, we must have an industrial policy.
Definitely, Your Honor.
And it means that being able to produce for our own, being able to equip our own. Now, Mr. Secretary, what is your comment about the statement of DepDep Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, wherein he said that we do not need to do, or we don't have to do, industrial policy like what our neighbors did? And this is in line with the PDP, the Philippine Development Plan, wherein one of the outcome indicators says that we must develop our self-reliant defense force.
Your Honor, probably what he means is that you don't need to reinvent the wheel if you can get the technology elsewhere, right? But there are some immutables, that there are some basics that you need to remediate. Ease of doing business, transaction costs, administrative costs, connectivity and power. Unless you lower these costs, then any industrial activity is a value proposition that must have a positive outcome indicator. If not, it will be a sunk cost that will be marginal for any country. Unless it's a public good, that, for example, a railroad, which doesn't make money. So maybe the statement of Secretary Balisacan is that it's useless to reinvent things that we can have with partnerships or with sustainable, like-minded co-venturing, and place what you can value add based on your own characteristics to the initiative. But nonetheless, there is no input without an output.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As you can see po, I'm a supporter of industrial policy.
I
Like,
definitely support
all of the problems that we are facing now, like high electricity costs, etc., hinarap din po kasi ito na mga problema ng mga kapitbahay natin. We have South Korea, we have Taiwan, we have Vietnam, even China, say for example. But their economic managers have that ambition to really develop to really develop their industries. My point here, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary, again, for us to have an effective defense plan and for us to really do what is written in the Constitution to protect our people at all times, industrial policy is a must. So that in times of war, say for example, or nagkaroon naman ng mga challenging times, kung hindi man makapag-provide yung mga pinagkukunan natin ng mga precursors, materials, etc., at least we can say that we can provide for our own and we can equip our men in uniform.
Totally agree, Your Honor. There's no debate about it. I totally agree.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for agreeing with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kong Ellie, San Fernando. Next to interpolate, Congressman Ahong Chan.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, thank you. Good afternoon to our good secretary, DND family, and to my colleagues. Good afternoon. Lapu-Lapu City hosts two major AFP facilities, the Philippine Air Force Base and the Philippine Navy Base. We are proud and fortunate to have these military facilities in our city. As representative of the Lone District of Lapu-Lapu City, I have consistently supported their infrastructure projects and development programs. However, there is an ongoing illegal reclamation activity inside the Philippine Navy area. It has no clearance from the Lapu-Lapu City government, no permit from the Philippine Reclamation Authority, and no permit or environmental clearance from the DNR. Therefore, this is clearly an illegal reclamation. Before this reclamation, the area was part of the sea and served as a natural waterway. But because this portion of the sea has been filled up, the natural flow of water has been blocked, causing flooding in the neighboring barangays. We must also consider that Lapu-Lapu City is a small island with very limited land. Any major development or reclamation, especially one undertaken illegally and without coordination, can seriously affect the entire city master plan, including the land use, drainage, infrastructure, environmental protection, and future development. Mr. Secretary, this illegal reclamation is already affecting the overall development of Lapu-Lapu City and the implementation of our city master plan. That is why I respectfully request that the DND, the Office of the Representative of the Laon District of Lapu-Lapu, and the Lapu-Lapu City Government sit down immediately to discuss and resolve this matter. We fully support the AFP, but all developments must be properly coordinated and harmonized with the city master plan for the protection of our people and the sustainable development of our small island city. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary and Madam Chair.
Your Honor, we'll make an internal study of the, and see what's appropriate in so far as we are concerned and so far as presidential guidance is concerned regarding military lands. That's all I can say for now, Your Honor.
Yep, but Mr. Secretary, we know that this is under presidential proclamation, but what I'm telling is the illegal reclamation, Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, if in case of legality or illegality, I'll refer it to the other departments with consultation with us.
So that we can have this, smooth for the development, that the master plan of the city will not affect, especially for the outflow of our drainage, Mr. Secretary.
If it is a matter of drainage, Your Honor, that I can tell the affected agencies to look into it. However, as I see, there is a pending case also over the proclaimed area if we're talking about the same thing. And I have to make an internal consultation with the different cabinet agencies to see what we can do before we can give a definitive commitment or answer.
Mr. Secretary, for your information, this is different from the pending case, what I'm raising right now. What I'm raising right now is the illegal reclamation along the sea. The pending case is different. This is in the entrance side. So I am not talking about the...
I will have to make an internal inquiry about it, and we'll have to see what we do.
I hope that you can give us, the mayor, can we present to you in your office what really happening inside the naval
Your Honor, I'll have
base?
to consult again based on our operational security mandates, and then we will determine what the best course of action is. Rest assured, you have voiced your concerns, and I take note of them, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Kong Ahong Chan. Next to interpolate from the minority, Representative Robert Nasal.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon to the DND family. Mr. Secretary, I just want to focus po on one area of the DND budget that I think deserves closer attention. Funds that are already available to the AFP and DND outside the regular appropriations we approve in Congress. I want to understand whether we are making full and efficient use of these resources before we provide additional funding. So, my first question po are on earmarked revenues. Secretary, Madam Chair, the AFP had 10.285 billion in accumulated earmarked revenues from its BCDA share as of December 31, 2025. Is the reason for this large balance that the AFP itself has not submitted sufficient programs or requests to DBM for the use of these funds? Or because the DBM did not approve the amounts the AFP requested?
We have, I'm informed, Your Honor, that there's all the earmarked BCDA funds. They're all programs already to match them.
So, lahat po nagagamit?
Naka-earmark po sa amin at release lang po ang hinihintay.
For 2025 po and 2026, how much did the AFP request? And how did, and na-approve po ba lahat yung ni-request niyo? So wala na kayong ni-request? Lahat po siya meron ng pagpupuntahan?
Nire-request po namin sa BCDA accounting eh.
Bakit po malaki yung naging balance, yung account balance?
Baka lumaki pa po yun.
Kasi you have 10.285 billion in accumulated earmark revenues as of December 2025. Ibig sabihin, hindi po siya nagamit.
These are to fund existing contracts already, Your Honor. So pambayad na lang po ito.
So all of these are pledged for wala na kayong room for any other requests. Okay.
Kung 2 point something lang per year ang binibigay, minsan bumababa pa. I don't see how we can earmark more newer projects from the BCDA remittances.
So, ang nangyayari po is from when you request, 2 billion lang ang binibigay ng DBM from your earmarked revenues.
Hindi, nandun na po sa depende na sourcing na lang po ng pondo yan eh. Ang ini-earmark yung under the revised AFP modernization, sourcing na lang po ng DBM yan.
So parang ang nangyayari, kaya lang malaki yung account balance niya is because there are contracts na hindi pa natatapos but they are already pledged for payments.
Opo, that is correct.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Secretary. I'll go to your off-budget accounts. Separately, the DND family had 4.429 billion in off-budget balances as of December 31, 2025, including 1.587 billion for the Philippine Army, 984.652 million for Air Force, and 138 million for the Philippine Navy. Why are these balances so large? Is the DND deliberately conserving these funds so that the balances will not be depleted? Or would you actually want to use them but are prevented from doing so because their allowable uses are restricted by law, executive orders, special provisions, or other regulations?
Your Honor, may I beg a few seconds for clarification?
Madam Chair, also made the committee request for the list of yung paano po nagastos yung earmarked revenues. Ano po yung projects na naka-pledge siya for payment?
Yes, we will direct the department to comply.
Sa DOT ako daw galing. Yun for the runway. Yun naman off budget. For example, sa Air Force po, hindi pa tapos yung runway. Interagency transfer po yan sa pagpapa-refurbish ng runway sa Lumbia Air Base. Doon sa Army, interagency transfer din daw po. No? So these are for ongoing projects po na DOTR na ini-implement po ng Air Force. Kasi nga, Lumbia is now Philippine Air Force Base.
Okay. So, what you're saying is, for example, for the Philippine Air Force, naka-pledge na po yung the whole of budget amount of
That's
138.
according to the Air Force, Your Honor.
What about for the Philippine Army, yung 984.652? What I'm trying to establish,
984 po yung sa Air Force.
984 million po for the Philippine Army.
Air Force po? Or Baliktad
Sorry,
po ata.
sorry. Yes.
Baliktad po ata.
Tama.
Yeah, 1.6 po yung sa Philippine Army.
Yes. 1.6, tama po. Yeah.
Yeah. For the Philippine Army, Your Honor, these are trust receipt items that are for disbursement but have to be remitted to the DBM before they are disbursed again.
So that is part of my question po.
Yeah.
Nagagamit niyo po ba or are there limitations dun sa, I mean, in the laws or the rules para magamit niyo? Are there legal restrictions para magamit niyo to? Where are the accounts currently deposited? And are they currently earning interest?
These are lodged in the BTR.
In the BTR?
Yes, Your
So they're not interest earning?
No, Your Honor. Nasa BTR na yun, Your Honor.
So there are limitations and
They
restrictions?
cannot be floated, Your Honor, by the collecting agency.
Now, the question is, if you submit any project for the use of the funds, wala po kayong nag-encounter na problema. We're just trying to establish whether you are encountering
The releases, Your Honor, are as you can see, they're implementable projects.
so based on actual projects that you request,
So far, there are no problems.
wala naman pong problema.
Yes, Your Honor.
So may I just, Madam Chair, may I also request for a list of the projects that are being undertaken?
Yes, Your Honor.
So my last question, Secretary, is the BESF shows that AFP off-budget accounts are used for repairs, training, supplies, and similar expenditures that are also funded under the regular AFP budget. To the extent that these balances are legally available, were they first taken into account when the DND prepared its 2027 budget request?
That's part of the agency, the AFP submission to the DND, Your Honor.
So, ang tinatanong ko lang naman po dito is when kumbaga, before you prepare your overall
Yung notional
budget,
amount po,
Yes.
included po yung trust receipts ba?
so you take that into consideration and then pinepledge yun for specific projects before going to requesting for the NEP.
Opo.
So yun lang naman po. Thank you for that,
you.
Mr. Secretary. Thank you to the DND family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Robert Nazal. Next to interpellate, Deputy Speaker Jay Kong Hoon.
Good afternoon, Secretary. Secretary, ang question ko lang po is OCD, Office of the Civil Defense. Ano po ba ang process, lalong-lalo na Secretary, sa pagpapahiram ng mga helicopter katulad ng rescue mission, katulad ng delivery of basic food packs sa mga lugar na kung saan apektado ng calamity?
Po sinasabit po nila sa AFP na based on available assets and weather conditions, sinashuffle po ito based on the needs po ng lugar. Kung kaya naman po i-service ng sasakyan, yun po ginagawa. It depends po on the availability of the platform on the GHQ level.
Usually, Secretary, gaano po katagal ang approval?
Depende po. Pag preemptive po ito, na ina-anticipate na, nakatalaga na po yung mga air assets sa mga area commands. So sila na po ang nagdidisposisyon. Pero kung biglaan po at biglaan yung need, dun po tayo nagkakaproblema. It can last from several hours to some days. Katulad po ngayon sa Batanes dahil masama po ang panahon. Meron due for pick-up na mga stranded na individuals na hindi pa mapasukan ng C-130 ang Batanes. As soon as mga clear po at libre yung C-130, susunduin na po kaagad. So, mahirap yung exercise po depending on the needs din ng AFP, lalo-lalo na po sa election area na COMELEC controlled sa Mindanao ngayon.
How about Secretary, pag halimbawa basic goods? Halimbawa, na-isolate yung isang lugar, ilang araw nang hindi nadadalahan ng pagkain, gaano po katagal yung request na yun?
Kumukuha po kami ng lead sa DSWD. Sila po ang nagpa-prioritize ng needs namin para orderly po yung proseso.
So halimbawa, Secretary, pag nag-request sila ng Monday, it will take them about a week bago ma-approve yung request nila. Mga ganun po katagal?
Hindi po umaabot ng ganong katagal. Because nandun po yung DSWD sa OCD pagkaroon ng krisis. At nandun din yung AFP representative.
Okay, for the information po, Secretary, kami po sa Zambales, nag-request po ang DSWD last 2 weeks ago, Monday. May isang barangay doon na na-isolate and kailangan dalahan ng pagkain. Nag-request sila ng Monday sa OCD, ang DSWD. And na-schedule po sila ng Saturday. Okay na po yon, 1 week. Pagdating po na Saturday, nasa Clark na po kami, kasama ang DSWD. Ang usapan, 2 o'clock ng hapon, may airlift na yung pagkain. Although hindi naman po kami kasama, airlift nila yung pagkain. Tapos bigla kaming kinancel. After waiting for almost a week na halos walang pagkain yung lugar, biglang kinancel yung plane. Ang sabi po ng Office of the Civil Defense, may request na raw po ng Monday. Ang problema, hindi nyo pa raw po napipirmahan yung request ng Saturday. Yun po ang sinabi sa amin ng OCD. Nakausap ko po yung RD ng babae ng OCD. My question is, aminin ko, sir, nagalit po ako nun. Kasi 3 oras na kami nag-intay sa airport, tsaka lang nila sasabihin na hindi nyo pa po pala napipirmahan yung request. At yung mga tao po dun sa pupuntahan namin, isolated na po sila ng 2 linggo. Alos hindi pa po sila nakakakuha ng pagkain. Nung nagalit po kami, nagalit ako, talagang sabi ko, bakit ganito? I questioned them. After an hour, biglang naaprubahan. Bakit po kailangan ganun ang proseso na parang napakahirap?
Hindi po mahirap yan kung talaga may actual emergency at nasa OCD area. Nagkakaproblema po kung sa tingin nila kailangan ng special request. At sa akin po, wala po ako naalala na naaprubahan ko or umaabot sa akin. Kung yan ay scheduled, doon sa OCD system, wala po dapat problema.
Yun din nga po yung pagkakaalam ko, Secretary.
Kasi hindi na po dapat umabot sa akin yan. That's why nga sila ay may operation center.
Just want to inform you, Secretary, na ganun po yung sagot sa akin ng mga tao ng
Ay,
OCD.
hindi. Mabuti po na sabi nyo at alamin ko sa kanila.
Kasi nakausap ko po sila.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Alamin ko po sa kanila. Thank you, Kong.
Thank you. Second, Secretary, gusto ko lang pong makahingi ng update. Does the AFP have plans to to transfer the naval base sa Subic?
Meron po. Meron po.
Kumusta na po yung update nun? sir?
Iniintay na lang po yung presidential proclamation.
I mean, paano pong ano nun? Timeline po niya?
As soon as possible po, iniintay na lang po namin kung kailan kami makakalipat.
So tuloy po yun, sir?
Opo, hindi po namin magamit talaga yung marginal lang utilization namin dun sa area. Meron din plano mag-expand yung shipbuilding doon na area, so it will be at a net zero loss basis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you. And actually, we hope to have the first co-production Philippine-Korean LSS, logistics supply ship, the first one co-produced from that facility.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, DSJ. Next to interpolate from the minority, Representative Renego.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Unang question ko po in relation sa line of questioning ko rin last year, and then the department gave a letter to supplement na tungkol po to sa updates ng cases on Colonel Nolasco and Colonel Lachica. So in the written reply to this committee, in a letter last year regarding yung cases, ang sinabi po, based on the fact-finding committee, the issue involving the subject officers, being Colonels Nolasco and Lachica, has already been conducted, and the fact-finding resolution is for submission to CSAFP, so yung Chief of Staff. 11 months have passed, and ngayon usap-usapin ulit kung ano yung pananagutan na po ni Colonels Nolasco and Lachica sa misuse and abuse of confidential and intelligence funds ng Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education under the term ni VP Sara Duterte and also the Secretary of Education. Ano na po bang update? Ano na po yung final disposition of that resolution? Were the officers sanctioned, criminally charged, or cleared?
According to the submission to me, Your Honor, there is an investigation ongoing with the Office of the Ombudsman with respect to the two officers you mentioned. And given the fact that the Ombudsman has acquired jurisdiction, as we understand, over the subject officers, we will cooperate with any process that the Ombudsman issues to the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And as I understand it, Your Honor, the issue is alien to the Armed Forces, personal to the officers, alien to the Armed Forces. So, that being the case, Your Honor, I think it will be important for the Ombudsman to act on it, save, and I believe that the officers should be made to stand accountable for any and whatever offense they may have committed.
So, Madam Chair, ano po yung laman ng resolution? So, nagkaroon po ng fact-finding committee, may resolution, sinumite. Ano pong laman niya? Can the Secretary disclose, Madam Chair?
Basically, Your Honor, on November, actually, since the Chief of Staff then approved the termination of the inquiry because of an ongoing investigation by the Office of the Ombudsman.
So, given po noon, wala na pong jurisdiction on accountability ang AFP. Pinasa na po completely sa Ombudsman?
Pinasa na rin sa Ombudsman because it overrides since the Ombudsman acquired jurisdiction, Your Honor, and since the penalties imposable by the AFP are minimal and are limited to discharge of the subject officers, it would be more prudent for the ombudsman, who can do that anyway, and perhaps even file appropriate cases against the subject officers if warranted, given this circumstance.
Can the department, Madam Chair, through this committee, send a copy of this resolution kung saan dinidetail sana beyond sa termination and pagpasa sa ombudsman, ano pang action steps ang tinake ng
Your
department?
Honor, once we terminate an officer, there's no more control.
And has the officer been terminated?
Not yet, Your
Not
Honor.
yet. Opo. So
Not
up until now, may some jurisdiction pa rin ang AFP. Tama po
Meron,
ba?
Your Honor, pero pag na-terminate na, wala na, Your Honor.
Okay. Madam Chair, is this, meron po bang pagtingin sa ganun? May termination po bang mangyayari?
Your Honor, I'm not aware of any case right now within the Inspector General's purview, given the Ombudsman case.
Okay.
What
Madam
is-
Chair,
May I ask what the pleasure of the representative would be?
Madam Chair, this would have an effect sa kung paano ba natitignan yung spending ng confidential and intelligence funds. And I'm actually going there now, Madam Chair. Kaya po bang ma-disclose ng department yung total sum of CIF misappropriated according to their investigation, measures taken for restitution to the National Treasury, and any pong structural reform to
dito sa
prevent
subject,
recurrence?
officer,
Yes
Your
po,
Honor.
Madam Chair. Dahil po,
Actually, the problem, as I see it, is the detail of the subject officer and being made to handle non-AFP funds, as the issue is. And so, that is a personal accountability of the officer. And in such a case, Your Honor, it would be more appropriate for the ombudsman, who has the authority to file appropriate cases, which will not be within the purview of a court-martial because of the amendment to the law, where, for example, in cases involving malversation, anti-graft, or whatever, these are cases triable by civilian courts. General courts martial cannot try these officers for the specific offense, but can only charge them with conduct unbecoming of an officer, where the penalty is separation.
but it is my understanding, Madam Chair, that prior to pag-dissolve ng VPSG, ang pondo ng VPSG was through this department, hindi po ba? Or rather, nagkaroon po ng continuous discretion si Colonel Velasco Luchica sa pag-handle ng pondo na ito. And ito po yung nakita natin yesterday, according to SDO Acosta, nagkaroon po ng
DepEd
discretion
funds
si
po
Colonel
ito
Luchica
di ba?
sa paano po hinahandle yung funds na ito.
These were OVP funds, Your Honor, not BPSPG funds.
Thank you po for the correction.
Yeah, it is
Please po,
VPSPG.
if possible yung resolution na lang po, we'd like to receive a copy of
I'll
the...
try. No resolution according to the Chief of Staff, but it was terminated because of the jurisdiction of the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
But kung may report po ba on the status of
I'll try
the
to find
matter?
out, Your Honor. Try
Thank you
to
very
find out.
much, Madam Chair. My next question po, it would be in relation to also questions asked last time. Nagkaroon po tayo ng pag-share or even ng unity na i-reconsider yung procure ng arms through LBIT systems. Meron po bang bagong contracts or bagong mga arms procured through LBIT systems, Madam Chair?
We just need, Your Honor, to replenish the missile systems that were used in training, but there are no additional or new contracts with LBIT systems.
Okay. related also to questions kanina po na ni Representative San Fernando, meron po bang steps that the ND has taken to reduce the dependence of the Philippines on the importation of arms? Meron po bang local arms manufacturing na ina-explore na mangyayari?
Your Honor, it's not the capability we need. And the capabilities of local arms manufacturers are for small arms, which is not where the DND wants to go, actually. Even the government arsenal. We need more domain awareness. We need more internal hardening systems, and we need more deterrent systems. I hope that local industry will come to such a stage, Your Honor, but at this stage, we cannot afford to be on the backside of the learning curve, given the fact that the evolution of technology is really, really quick and really fast. And to handhold industries, which on an industry basis, Your Honor, if we can scale the production, which industry must have the capacity for in terms of value propositions, then it's fine. But it must be forward-looking, and they must not cater to what would normally be a police item or something that we need to move not beyond, but in addition to.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, tama na yung mga acquisition of arms na beyond yung small arms ay nandun naman sa budget, including po ba drones, etc.?
Drones per se, Your Honor, are, of course, part of the toolkit of any country right now, but the production of drones is quite easy. It's the technology you put in depending on what you want to use them for.
So, meron po bang local production of drones or
I'm sure
kasama
there
rin
are,
siya sa
Your Honor.
importations,
This is
Madam
easily
Chair?
done, but it's what you carry them, what you put into them, actually, which is important, and which changes because of the advent of AI. It changes every 3 days, sometimes.
May operational guidelines po ba sa usage of drones ng military, Madam Chair,
Your Honor,
right
it's
now?
on the evolution stage.
So right now, wala pong written guidelines because meron po on commercial, so sa military
So
right
far,
now wala pa.
wala pa po. We are still evolving the technology. And actually, in order to use drones, we have to develop our backbone systems in order to use this responsibly. No?
Ako, I'd like to flag that, Madam Chair. As you said po, as the Secretary said, kailangan po ng responsible use. And I think it starts at, guidelines. Kung paano po syempre gamitin, lalo na it's
Definitely.
possible na pwedeng ma-abuse. So, kailan po ba maaasahan, if ever, na magka-guidelines tungkol dito?
Right now po, there are no offensive uses for drones. Insofar as we're concerned, they are for surveillance. But naturally, we will conform with guidelines for the external defense use of drones, if it is for purposes other than surveillance.
Kung meron pong mga updates tungkol po sa pagkaroon ng guidelines on its operations, magkaroon po sana ng copy na mapasa through this committee para po ma-ensure yung responsible use sa kanya.
Much as they are disclosable, Your Honor, I don't think it's anything wrong, just as long as the nuts and bolts and the granularity that may compromise our systems are not compromised.
For now, no more questions given the limitations and time. Madam Chair, I would like to sign up for the second round. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pang Rene. Next to interpolate from the majority, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chair Bella Swansing. A pleasant good afternoon to the Department of National Defense officialdom and also the Armed Forces of the Philippines. First, let me congratulate and thank Secretary Teodoro for being a patriot, for fighting for the West Philippine Sea, and standing up against China, the bully of our region. So you have been able, since the time you were secretary, you were able to protect Philippine interests as there should be no other interest paramount to our sovereignty. It is Article 1 of the Philippine Constitution. It also goes without saying that he is our pride of the UP College of Law, having top number 1 in the bar examinations. I was only number 17. So I have to bring this list by the Taliba, who were in the top 20, because nobody believes if you are number 11 to 20. But no doubt that Secretary Gilbert Gibo Teodoro, number 1 in the bar. So I have a question. Number 1 is, what is the budget of the DND for the Lumbia 5th Fighter Wing? If it is right, yeah. What is now the budget for 2027 to more develop our Lumbia EDCA site?
Your Honor, I beg a few seconds to retrieve the data. Hindi, facilities for this year, Your Honor, it's 115 million.
Much again for this year,
The balance.
2026
Yeah, 115.
million.
Yes, Your Honor, that's the remaining.
And for next year,
That's the remaining, Your Honor.
to complete it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, for
To
15 million. So
minimum
there's
usable,
already a
Your
budget.
Honor, save enhancements that may be done.
Thank you. And what is now also the counterpart of the United States government being an EDCA site?
None yet, Your Honor.
I thought as EDCA site, there will already be infusion of American dollars to further develop that Lumbia Airport.
Your Honor, the development of, even for us, for the 15th Strike Wing, and to have a maintenance base, they're hampered by right-of-way issues.
Here again, what is the problem?
Informal settling, Your Honor, that has hampered us. And it's only now that we have taken the appropriate legal proceedings and working towards looking for adequate relocation for us to fully utilize, not only for the 15th Strike Wing, but it shall serve as the Northern Mindanao Operations Center for the OCD. There are still illegal settlers and the access road to the highway, Your Honor, to the highway.
Thank you, Secretary Gibo. Now, in the master plan, what is the contribution of the United States government to the Lumbia Airport?
They are still scoping, Your Honor, what they can do with the area, particularly knowing that Cagayan de Oro is vulnerable to mudslides, and since it will be also a coordination center for Northern Mindanao for HADR, they're scoping in those lines, Your Honor. Their scoping is for a multi-purpose warehouse, and for us, Your Honor, it's air traffic control enhancement.
So in the plan, what is the structures to be built by the U.S. government?
So far, there's nothing agreed, Your Honor. They're scoping for a warehouse.
Will be social costs when the Americans would go there. What are the plans of our armed forces of the Philippines and the DND?
On social costs, Your Honor, that's why the right-of-way issues will be the first and the
You, please.
Sir, the relocation issues will be the most important thing which we are addressing because we need to address it in order to provide base security.
Referring to, when there are Americans, there will be prostitution.
Your Honor, there will be,
Any plans for that to
there will be
protect
guided
our women in Cagayan de Oro?
there will be guided by SOGFA, Your Honor, if ever they are there present. No. And
The SOFA will provide for how do we protect our women
yes,
of
Your
Cagayan de
Honor,
Oro.
the same way as they should be protected from our own exploitation by our own men too.
Thank you, Secretary. Next question is, how is now the proposed naval base in our neighboring town of Tagoloan?
That will be the dockyard, Your Honor. It's still awaiting finalization of the titling.
Titling.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that in the Fibitic area, Honorable Secretary?
It is the southern, it is in the southern portion of the Fibitek area, Your Honor.
Portion. How much will that entail in cost once the titling is already done?
For a complete dry dock, Your Honor, that will be able to support our fleet, growing fleet. That's about 40 billion pesos.
How much, Secretary?
40 billion, Your Honor.
The cost of the dry dock is 40 billion.
Yes.
Indeed,
The whole thing, Your Honor,
Whole thing.
together with equipment.
indeed, that will bring forth a substantial economic activity for Cagayan de Oro, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for that,
Skilled
Secretary.
workers from there. And,
Yes.
it's strategic because it can be a dry dock because it's relatively free from typhoons, and it can accommodate even the largest vessel, which is an LD. But because the Subic naval base right now is we cannot use it as a dry dock. It's an operating naval base. This one will be a real dry dock where we can adequately
Wow, that will
maintain
be,
and
yeah.
supervise all our vehicles.
So thank you for thinking of relocating it in Misamis Oriental in Tagoloan, which is beside the city of Cagayan de Oro, the city of golden friendship. So we thank you for that, Secretary. And when will the title be? What is the timetable? Of course, you have lawyers, and the title would be finished about when. And when will the start of the construction be? We're awaiting that for Cagayan de Oro and Misamis
Your
Oriental.
Honor, I await too, and we're trying our level best to get the titling done because we need to leave, vacate Sangli as soon as possible because it is extremely shallow, extremely small, and it's getting to be unmaneuverable for our naval platforms.
Thank you. That is good news to Mindanao, specifically in northern Mindanao and entire Mindanao and Cagayan, Misamis Oriental. My other question, Mr. Secretary, is before there were talks about the transfer of the 4th military area which we oppose, are there still plans to transfer the 4th Infantry Division
Your
in
Honor,
Cagayan de Oro, Patag to another place?
That is not a specific guidance, Your Honor. Our specific guidance is for the Army to relocate, for scope their areas where they need to have the homes of their divisions and brigades. With respect to having a division headquarters or a brigade headquarters as a connectivity node, as a logistical supply point, as a motor pool, and for divisions to contain medical facilities adequately to support. And this must be able to provide connectivity to strategic bases of other services. If not, then the strategic bases cannot be resupplied adequately. So it is a whole exercise in logistics, Your Honor, and I know there are certain legacy areas which, of course, have developed massive routes already. And we will keep this into consideration. Nonetheless, the exercise really is in logistics, Your Honor, because we have a very, very big difficulty, particularly in humanitarian assistance and disaster response and resupplying our own troops. It's quite difficult. So we need to have the logistics capabilities in order for the armed forces to pursue its external defense role.
Thank you, Secretary. You know, the Patag Infantry Division is really very, very strategically located. Of course, Cagayan de Oro is the gateway to Mindanao. If Davao, we talk about Davao, you go around the Zamboanga Peninsula. And so, in terms of logistics, that's the best side. And I believe that there is still area that will be used for that. So we ask you on behalf of the city of Cagayan de Oro to consider that as the continuing logistical area for the armed forces because it's very strategically located. From Cagayan de Oro, you go to Bukidnon. Cagayan de Oro, you go to Iligan, Lanao, Sur and North, and then you go to Butuan. So please consider that, Mr. Secretary, because we would wish that to remain in the city of Cagayan de Oro.
On the three domains, Your Honor, and the fourth domain, the cyber domain and the IT domain, that is indeed a valuable proposition. And as a matter of fact, we are adding on the naval domain with the dockyard that's proposed. And Lumbia as the home of the 15th Strike Wing, where they will train and they will maintain. And it will also be the home of the Northern Mindanao or Mindanao Operations Center of the OCT to service a lot of areas. So, Your Honor, rest assured that that is an area of prime consideration for us.
Thank you, Secretary Gubo. It will now look that the Secretary is really looking at Cagayan de Oro and Misamis Oriental. We have the 5th Strike Wing in Lumbia. And then we have the dockyard, 40 billion in the nearby municipality. And then our army is there in Patag to be enlarged, to become a logistics center because Cagayan de Oro is the center of Northern Mindanao and gateway to entire Mindanao. So with that, we thank the Secretary for the Lumbia Airport. We thank the Secretary for the dockyard. And we thank the Secretary for enlarging the 4th Infantry Division. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Again, we thank you for your service to this nation, which is unequaled in recent history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. Given that there are no other minority members who are listed for the first round, we will proceed with the majority members. So from the majority, the next to interpolate, Representative Marlo Bangcoro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, my dear colleagues. Good afternoon, Secretary Gibo and the DND family. Mine is just a parochial concern, Secretary. May propose kasi kaming joint camp with the PNP, Army and Coast Guard. And yung previous Chief of Staff natin, nag-agree na yung pera kasi pag-isahin with the 3 department. And it will be implemented by the local government unit of Payao, where the island is situated, and of which the camp is to be constructed. So ngayon, sir, sa August 27, mag-signing na po kami sa Coast Guard for the MOA of the downloading of the funds.
And that PNP, supposedly by 27 also, unfortunately, nakaschedule kasi yung DILG dito for the budget hearing, dinidelegate na lang ng Chief PNP ang authority sa regional director to sign the MOA. So, what is left now, sir, is on the part of the armed forces.
Batay kong dun sa guidance namin na inire-scope ng lahat ng AFP units ang kanilang areas of operation based on sa logistics requirements namin. Yun ang unang pinagtutuunan ng pansin ngayon ng lahat ng division commanders natin. At yan binigay ko na kautusan sa kanila doon sa first na day na formally nag-assume si General Gumiran. Now, given the parochial concern, anyway, titignan ho natin. Ngayon ko lang nalaman ito. So, tignan ho natin kung ano po ang kalalabasan based on yung guidance na ibinigay natin sa kanila. Kasi ayoko na pong ma-divert yung attention dun sa major logistical needs po ng armed forces na kailangan pagtuunan ng pansin talaga. Kasi pati yung pag-resupply nung gagawin ninyo na base, maapektuhan kung hindi unahin yung ating mga major logistical bases.
Madam Chair, may I approach them to discuss? Anyway, this is just a
Kung
parochial.
army
Just
issue
1 minute.
po, si General Gumiran na lang po ang lapitan ni Kong. Thank you. Thank you.
Meeting suspended. Okay, next to interpolate, Vice Chair Ana York, Bondok. Vice Chair Ana York, Bondok.
Thank you so much. Okay na? Magandang hapon po, Mr. Secretary and the DND family. Thank you so much for the opportunity for us to be able to work closely with you and support your 2027 budget. First of all, I would like to greet our new AFP Chief of Staff. Nag-meet po kami for the first time, and I had the pleasure of meeting him for the first time last year in Bongabon, Nueva Ecija, with the the Aguila Brigade 703rd. At nagkita po kami because I wanted to express my support and thanks po to the 7th Infantry Division last year and the brigade and the battalion sa tulong po nila sa amin sa baha. So I thought last year was the worst thing that ever happened to me. Yun pala, this year it was going to be worse. So I have a few pictures in case you're interested po to see. Up to today po, I come from the 4th District of Pampanga, which is the catch basin po. Lahat po ng tubig from Aurora. Ayan po si Kong Angara. Yung tubig niyo bumabagsak sa amin. Yung buong Nueva Ecija po. Buong province of Bulacan, and even the Sierra Madre Mountains. So the amount of water pouring in is truly tremendous. So ayan po ang tumutulong po sa amin. Pakita niyo yung baha mismo. And plaza po namin yan. So yan, and that is, later on I will speak to you about MacArthur Highway. So it was actually a good thing. I had never worked with the Philippine Army previous to last year. And I was very grateful sa kanila pong efficiency and ang bilis po nilang kumilos and most of all their compassion towards us. So from someone who previously didn't know much about the Army, it was really a revelation to me. So ang maganda po from what happened last year, I am of the philosophy that kung kumikilos ka pag may baha, huli ka na. In other words, it is better to prepare for a disaster rather than, even though ang dami hong tumulong, mali pa po yun and that we need to prepare. So I would like to again commend, nagkaroon po kami ng malawakang Bantay Sapa or the largest coastal cleanup of Manila Bay. Hindi po makalabas yung tubig sa amin because of siltation po sa mga sapa. So this last June, ako po ang nagpondo, lahat po ng tupad ko, pinondohan namin more than 1,500 tupad members. Last backslide please. More than 1,500 tupad members po joined us dun sa Bantay Sapa. This is already the 3rd year. So we have been doing this for the last 3 years. Hindi po kami kumikilos dahil may baha. Kumikilos po kami bago po magkabaha. So you can see this is the Philippine Army, the Philippine Coast Guard, and the Philippine Navy with the DNR and the local government. So nagkaroon po kami ng Memorandum of Understanding, and I would like to thank Philippine Army, Philippine Navy, ayan po, Coast Guard, at lahat po ng tumulong sa amin. So year 1, we were able to clear 9,000 basura, year 2, 17,000, and year 3, 15,000. So, despite all of that, binaha pa rin po kami this year. So, I would personally like to thank, again, I would like to personally mention General Posamonte, General Ucias, and
our BATCOM, si Lieutenant Colonel Kaiton, for their kindness po this year. Hindi lang po sila kind, they are very efficient at mabilis pong kumilos. So Secretary, pinupugayan po namin sila sa kanila pong kasipagan at kabaitan sa amin. So wala po akong masyadong tanong. I would just like to thank them. I would also like to mention an incident po nang nangyari. One of the ways to prevent flood po is through dredging. And palabas po yung tubig namin sa Manila Bay. And personally po, nagka-problema na rin po pala ang Philippine Navy sa Manila Bay because of the siltation. So tinulungan po namin sila and we were very happy to work with them. To dredge po. Grabe na po ang siltation. Pati ho ang Philippine Navy tinamaan na rin po. And we had to dredge together yung pagdating po ng kanilang destroyer. So upon conversation po with former Commodore, now present Admiral, tama po ba ako? Sir Admiral Nera, nagkausap po kami and nalaman po namin, and I told him that if Manila Bay is silted and if our destroyers, and we are modernizing the Army at mas malalim pa siguro yung kailangan po nating volume of tubig, tama po ba ako? So therefore, dredgers are a very important component po and very much badly needed by our Navy. So, Sec Gibo, nagkaintindihan po kami that the Philippine Navy needs to purchase dredgers. Kasi po, I told them, if we are going to purchase large ships, kailangan po talaga ng dredgers. So, I hope you could support the much-needed dredgers po ng Philippine Navy.
Of course, Madam Chair, because we really need it also for our own naval bases and ports. There's one in the pipeline right now.
Apo.
Coming in.
Apo. Actually, medyo nagkaagawan nga po ng dredger. Kasi we need naman to dredge sa Manila Bay. Kasi babahain kami. But we gladly lent our dredger po to the Philippine Navy. So, tinanong po sa akin, Ana, gaano ba kataas yung dredger na kailangan? And then they said, 1991 pa daw yung pinag-aagawan namin. So, it would be really a good idea.
May suggestion po ako, na madali. Lahat po na nasisis na illegal dredgers, ilagyan nyo ng exception sa Tariff and Customs Code na imbis na isubasta yan, dalin na lang sa Coast Guard at saka sa Navy lahat ng nasisis na mga dredgers para magamit ho natin. Kasi kailangan isubasta under the Tariff and Customs Code. So minsan, pag nakakasis ng vessels na malalaki, sinusubasta ito. And then, nare-regurgitate o nare-recycle. So, kung pwede, i-download na lang ho yan, lalo na pag kailangan ng Navy o ng Coast Guard or ng DNAT, for example. Depending on the size, na illegal na mga vessels na imbis na mandatory na isubasta, i-turn over po kung magagamit. Mas malaking tulong din ho sa atin yan.
Thank you po. And sana po masuportahan niyo po yung purchase of dredgers kasi kailangan po ng Navy. Okay, thank you so much po.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ana York Bondo. Next to interpolate, Congressman Jay Vergara.
Thank you, Chair. Magandang tanghali po, Secretary. At sususugan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Congresswoman Ana. Regional problem mo yung pinag-uusapan dahil minalas tayo ng ating mga bundok ay hinayaan nating kalbuhin na tayo rin ang may kasalanan.
Sakit ho ng konti kung Jay, kalbuhin. Medyo bawasan ng over.
Hindi, tinatamaan po kayo.
Medyo malapit na rin doon
Secretary.
Malapit na Kaya medyo, kayo, nanginginggit pa, pati bigote, tinutubuan.
Kanina pa ho niyo ako niloloko sa bigote ko.
Hindi ko po niloloko, nanginginggit lang po.
Anyway po, ang pinakamataas po na peak, ayon si General Pasamonte at saka si General Osias ay mga kaibigan ko rin po. Ang pinakamataas na peak doon sa amin sa Nueva Ecija po ay ang pangalan po ay Paatas Peak sa Mount Kemalugong, para ho maintindihan po ng lahat. Sa Mount Kemalugong, ito po ay parte ng Sierra Madre, bago dumating ng Carvalho, tapos didiretso sa Cordillera. So, ang dahilan po ng pagbaha ay 0 meters above sea level dito sa Metro Manila. Alin po ba ang 0 meter above sea level? Ang 0 meter po ay Manila Bay. Kaya po yun ang katotohanan kung bakit talaga binabaha tayo. Ano ho? Yung bulubundukin na wala nang pagka may problema ng konti, dire-diretso yan. Pagka naligo ka, dire-diretso yan. So, buhaturo sa Paatas Peak, it's 1,750 meters above sea level. At ang pinagsusukatan po ng Metro Manila, Manila Bay, which is 0 meter above sea level. Para ho siyang Luneta na doon nagsisimula yung 0 nung kilometrahe. Ano po? So, pinag-aralan po namin mabuti yung distrito namin. Mula sa Bungabong, sa Gabaldon, sa Laor, sa Natividad, sa Palayan, at sa Cabanatuan City po, tutuloy po ito ng Santa Rosa, tutuloy po ito sa 2 river. Sa gawi po ng 4th District of Nueva Ecija, yun po ay Peñaranda, Rio Chico River. Pero pupunta rin po siya sa Pampanga. Pampanga River. Kaya iiyak po talaga yung taga Pampanga. Yung pong distrito ng ating chairwoman na sa appointment, sa appropriation kay Chairwoman Mika, yung po ay sa Bungabong maghihiwalay, didiretso sa Talavera River, yung papunta naman po sa amin sa Cabanatuan bababa. Pero pagka pinag-aralan yung mabuti, diretso rin po siya doon sa Pampanga River. Babahain ang 10 bayan ng Tarlac. Babahain ang 10 bayan ng Pampanga. Pagkatapos, didiretsong sigurado sa Bulacan at hahanap kasi ng level sa Manila Bay na kung saan naroon ang 0 meter above sea level. So, sinusugan ko lamang po kay Kong Ana yung kanya pong sinasabi para maintindihan rin po nyo yung alam ko po yung posisyon ng Department of National Defense, hinggil po doon sa ating Fort Magsaysay area. Pero yung concern po nung Gabaldon, nung Dingalan, nung nila Kong Romel Angara po, yung concern po ng Bungabong, Gabaldon, Laur, Santa Rosa, Cabanatuan City, hindi ho kasama Natividad, Peñaranda at saka General Tino ay yung pong 4,341.637 hectares nakasama po sa Fort Magsaysay Reserve. So, ako po ay siguro ako na po ang huling magsasalta o kung may sususong pa ho sa akin, ako po ay sumusuporta lamang po sa inyong pagtulong sa amin po parate. Ang akin lamang po hilingin ko lang na makausap po namin Secretary kung sino po talaga ang magiging representative noong ng Department of Defense o ng Army hinggil dito sa usaping ito. Kasi ang pumupunta po sa mga mayor namin sa Palayan, sa Gabaldon, sa General Tino, sa Laor, sa Peniranda, sa Santa Rosa, sa Dingalan, at saka sa Cabanatuan ay hindi po nagpupunta yung inyo mismong tao para mapag-usapan po ng maayos itong usapin na ito.
Thank you, Kong Jay, no? Dahil na-realize ko yung concern really sa Fort Mag na kailangan ng Armed Forces ngayon, pero ito'y kailangan din sa connectivity ng dalawang lalawigan. At may flood control implications na kailangan solbahin natin lahat kasi hindi rin naman pwede mabaha yung area, no? Or pagdaluyan. Hinggil dito, humingi lang ako ng paumanhin sapagkat nagkulang kami ng tao, kaya nga po ni-raise natin ang isang opisina doon sa real estate management sa DND level na USEC para makabuild ng ecosystem. Si dating Assistant Secretary Ramos, inangat po natin na USEC kasi yung real estate management nagiging malaking issue na kailangan harapin. Ganun man din ang talagang point person dito ay dapat yung Installation and Management Command ng Philippine Army. Kung sino ang na nagsusupervise dito. So, hiling ko muna sa IMCOM within the week. Can you establish base with Congressman Vergara and Congressman Angara? And can you create the flow mechanism to try to solve the issue? If the issue is really flood control, I will raise it up to DPWH or to whatever agency, no? But at least there must be a flow already because until we are able to support and staff under Secretary Ramos's team and our legal team to support him, kulang na kulang ho kami talaga, no? Nandiyan ba si Eman? Wala. Nakalib. But siya po ay nagpapahinga lang dahil talagang kawawa rin yung tao. We have about live real estate issues, mga halos 300. Tapos 4,000 plus 40,000 ba yung dinidepensahan natin na ejectment cases, so forth and so on. So, pati OSG po nagrereklamo na dun sa amin. Ngunit, ito na po ang anihin ko, ang aking pong yan. Within the week, can you ask your IMCOM to meet with Congressman Vergara and Congressman Angara and submit to me monthly progress reports on the issues and what happens.
Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair, can I interject with Congressman Jay?
Yes, Vice
With
Chair.
thank you. Maraming salamat po. First and foremost, maraming salamat po, Secretary Gibo Chodoro. Before I begin, ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa ating Armed Forces of the Philippines. In fact, kami po sa lalawigan ng Aurora, sa Lone District of Aurora, kami ata yung unang nag-build ng buong-buo yung ating camp ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines. Gusto ko lang pong dagdagan yung sinabi ni Congressman Jay Vergara na binanggit po niya dun sa ating military reservation. Yes, we've known for a fact that ito po ay pagmamaari ng ating base ng militar. But earlier, hindi ko po alam na magsasalita si Congressman Jay because I was supposed to go to the other committee hearing. But I approached Secretary Yusek Gavin, which was given to me by our Chair Bella, na ang aking hiling lang po is because for the past 47 years, ang aming probinsya po na lalawigan ng Aurora. Before ay maraming insurgency. But now, halos ay nawala na po ito. My fear, Mr. Secretary, is that because of the ongoing military reservation on the ground level is yung kaninang sinasabi ni Congressman Jay Vergara na nagko-coordinate directly to the mayors. Siguro po, a bit of thought, Mr. Secretary. Siguro kami naman po ay willing makipagtulungan sa ating Armed Forces of the Philippines. In fact, ang sabi ko po kay Yusek Gavin kanina, I think there's a proper way on how to do it. In fact, like for example sa Aurora po, if I'm not mistaken, there's around 6,000 plus hectares sa military reservation sa 3 or 4 na barangay. And this compromises about around 3,000 families na ma-displace. Pero pag sabi ko, ako I've always been optimistic on how government works. Sabi ko, pag nagtulungan naman ng LGU, myself, the Department of Defense, even the Office of the President, I think there's a right way or procedure on how to do things. Kasi po, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Secretary, may mga bahayan na pong nandun po talaga. So, on our part as the government, it will be difficult na paalisin sila ng ora-orada. And hindi naman po tama rin yun. You've been also a district representative, Mr. Secretary. So tayo yung takbuhan ng ating mga kababayan, even the mayor. So ako po, maraming salamat na sinabi po ninyo na magtatalaga na agad kayo ng isang USEC na kakausap sa aming 3 congressman kami na sa military reservation ng Nueva Ecija and Aurora, namely Congressman Jay Vergara. Is it Congressman Emeng Pascual? And for me, it's a lone district ng probinsya ng Aurora. Mas maganda po sana na upuan po ito natin. And I think, pag inupuan po ng mga leaders po yan, together with your USEC undersecretaries and the people concerned, ay ito po ay mapag-uusapan, maayos, at pwede pa tayong magtulungan moving forward, Mr. Secretary. Yun lamang po, Mr. Secretary. Maraming salamat.
Issue po sa Aurora na pinagtutuunan namin ng pansin. Number 1 is the boundary between Quezon and Aurora and Rizal, na ang Army ay manipis dun sa area na yon, pati Pulilio. Secondly is the foreshore area na importante po sa amin, lalo na sa Dingalan. Kailangan din siguro on the naval side, Admiral Espeleta, tutukan mo ng tao rin, kasama ng INCOM. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Romel Angara and and Congressman Jay Vergara. Last to interpolate for the first round from the majority, Representative Jeffrey Ferrer.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Alam ko exhausted na si Secretary, so kaninang umaga pa to. Pero sandali lang to, and to the AFP family, good afternoon. Tanong ko lang, how is peace and order in Negros Island, Secretary?
Well, for now, we're seeing some stability in Negros Island. And we are thankful to the local government for the support, of the whole island of the whole province of Negros Occidental, for the support for national security measures, That being said, on the oriental side, the situation remains stable also. So we are also likewise thankful for the all-out support of the local government and the convergence between the local governments and the armed forces of the Philippines. Particularly when we view the situation that Negros, with the continuous degassing of Mount Canlaon, needs a different kind of attention right now, where we face severe relocation issues that we need to do, and we are still rebuilding lives. So we cannot afford any peace and order disruptions in the area at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. And then going to OCD, alam mo naman po in the past months, tinamaan tayo ng bagyong Tinyo doon. And then damage yung malaking damage sa 4th District and 5th District. Kamusta yung, is there ongoing project or rehabilitation sa mga areas na damage ng bagyo Tinyo?
Ngayon, yung rehabilitation kong is, sa amin is response ang sa amin sa rehabilitation. Nagkaroon sila ng Negros ay yung Canlaon Rehabilitation Plan, but it lacks sufficient detail for me, kaya sinoli ko muna sa kanila, no? And the most important thing on the Canlaon issue is the acquisition of land for relocation in areas which are not affected, and I think they identified some areas on the 5th or 6th district, I believe. Dun sa 4th, dun sa rehabilitation, ito ay hindi na nanggagaling sa amin, nanggagaling sa mother agencies, no, batay sa kautusan ng DBM. Nonetheless, OCD NIR is tasked to continuously coordinate with OCD Central to prod the other agencies, no, for action. For example, with Congresswoman Ana Bondok, I raised the attention of the flooding to Secretary Dizon by official communication so that it can be addressed systematically, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sec, because napakagaling mo at saka advance ka talaga. Yung next question ko yung sa Oplan Canlao natin eh. That is why na sinabi mo na yung mga areas kasi yung even in La Carlota City, part ng kung minsan kung pumutok yung Canlaon, doon mismo pumupunta, especially La Castillana in the 5th District. But anyway, with regards to that, parang nagre-remind lang ako na hindi kami din makalimutan doon because, some of our requests as already mga bridges natin, nakita ko na sa NEP ng DPWH, but it was already 2 years na proposal. And then ngayon pa lang, 2027, pero kawawa yung iba. Kasi nasira yung mga bridges doon, kawawa yung isang community na parang mga kabataan doon pa nag-aaral sa kabilang bayan. So that is the only access na hindi sila, natatawid sila. So kung nasira na yung bridge doon, they have no choice is to cross that river. So anyway, I hope na ikaw familiar ka rin doon at saka pamilya ka na ng Negros. So just a reminder. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Secretary.
That is the level of detail, Your Honor, that I would have wanted to see in the rehabilitation plan. But unfortunately, I did not see it. So I returned it for...
Well, anyway, your representative and NIR will keep on communicating with the LGUs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tayo naman ang representante dito is to air all those problems in national agencies. Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Cong Jeffrey Ferrer. Next to interpolate is Congressman Tony Pet Albano.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, it's not an interpellation, but more of a giving my trust and confidence to the Secretary for doing a good job, especially the AFP. And good afternoon, Sir Gilbert, and your Chief of Staff, whom we've confirmed in the CA recently. And congratulations to my cousin, Lieutenant General Donald Gumiran, for... Siro dito, naamin niya eh. Binibigyan namin ng pakara. But more than anything, Secretary, I've talked to your Chief of Staff, si Toto, General Toto, was asking how we can strengthen your engineering brigade, because if you remember history, Europe and even Asia was built by the Marshall Plan. And if you have a strong engineering brigade that you have there, and we can add budgets, then you will be more receptive not only to help in disaster mitigation, especially in cases where flooding is there, but more so during the non-delicate seasons where there's no typhoon, we can use the engineers to actually rehabilitate a lot of areas in the Philippines, especially a particular areas like what you did in in Mindanao. So I just like to ask Secretary if you'd be able to help us create some type of Marshall Plan for your engineering brigade. Is that feasible or not?
Actually, our engineering brigades are converting into combat engineering brigades, which are there to allow our equipment to work safely and sustainably. For example, the emergency bridging that will support our heavy equipment. Secondly, it will be the demining or equipment, which are engineers. Secondly, if we have them, they should be devoted to base development and not contracted out anymore for civil engineering services. So actually, what has happened is we were devoting civil engineering equipment to non-AFP matters, and our base development suffered. So one thing led to another. Secondly, also, I understand the need for civil engineering, which is why the Army's game plan right now is to increase its footprint in areas which may be unoccupied. And the first thing you need to do is access. And the access to the base, for whether it will be a division headquarters or a brigade headquarters, will be an all-weather, heavy-duty road access, which will benefit the economy. And it will be a connectivity node. And it will allow resupply, and it will allow presence and deterrence at the same time, whether it be for deforestation, illegal mining, or what have you. So we have that as a strategic plan because we need to increase the Army's footprint and we need strategic basing that will be resupplied by the nodes created on the baselines. It's part of the integrated defense concept, which will in turn benefit the economy because of the all-weather access.
Thank you, Secretary. But in terms of disaster, I'm sure you're always there because you're head of the NDRMC, if I remember. So like yung mga basura na nangyari dito, it's a man-made thing in Metro Manila, and sometimes the government is being blamed for not implementing flood controls. I'm sure with your help, Secretary, we will hopefully give enough budgets for your engineering brigade to help in that natural disasters, at least, because we are the #1 prone disaster country in the whole world.
And yes, Your Honor, we totally agree.
And lastly, Madam Chair, we talked also in the Commission on Appointments about the drone program, which of course it is highly sensitive, and the Chief of Staff has not really given us, were you supposed to report to us the progress of the drones? Because as you can understand, a small country like Ukraine now can actually fight a superpower like Russia and beat them. And if you remember, Secretary, we once talked about this 2 years ago, and I told you that drone technology is the best way. We won't lose anything. And during armed conflicts, you can send into critical areas. So I'd like lang the status of this, and I'm in full support.
We're building the framework and the backbone for it. That's all I can disclose now. As I said, the drones themselves are easy to do. It's what you put in them, and depending on the purpose that we are, and these are not autonomous devices. In main, right? So we are developing the control systems for it alongside the capabilities. We do have capabilities and long existing, right? And that is well within the engagement framework of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. That's all I can disclose at this
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Secretary. With that, Madam Chairman, this representation is in full support of the Philippine Army and, of course, the DND. Kayo po ang heroes ng Pilipino. Nakakatulog po kami na mahimbing dahil sa serbisyo na inaalay nyo yung sarili nyong buhay para sa kapakanan ng ating bansa at mga mamayang Pilipino. Kaya saludo po kami at full support po ang House of Representatives, lalo na pinapunta ho ako ni Speaker Boji dito para sabihin po sa inyo, full support po ang opisina ni Speaker at ang mga congressman dito po. Maraming salamat.
Gusto ko rin pong kunin itong pagkakataon na ito na batiin ang ating mabuting kaibigan sa kanyang recent na estado sa buhay. Finally, siya ay malapit na magsisenta. 1 taon lang yan. 60 na pala siya dahil ako'y 62 na. Nagdesisyon na rin lumagay sa tahimik. Hindi ko lang alam yung agwat nung dalawa.
Mr. Secretary, 32 years, mas matanda pa ako sa tatay at nanay nung pinakasalan kong Amerikano. Kaya meron parang pag-asa ang pagmamahal kahit na papalo.
Nasa sa humahanap yan. And we really, as a personal friend, I congratulate you, Representative Tony Pe.
Thank you, Secretary. I will tell Nikki, your beautiful House Speaker of the House in your house about
Finally, you have reached that level of maturity to have...
Ako yata na-interpolate dito, Madam Chair.
Hindi naman, nagaano lang, kumakarinyo lang naman.
Salamat,
Thank you.
Idol.
Congratulations. Tim.
Salamat.
Di mo ako inimbito.
Thank you, Congressman Tony Pat Albano. So that concludes our first round of interpellations. So for the second round, may I remind our colleagues that instead of the 5 minutes allotted time, it will be 3 minutes. Okay, so let's start. For the second round, we recognize Congressman Redeco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and to the department, I'd like to ask questions about what happened at Toboso. I'm a human rights advocate. I'm familiar with international humanitarian law, as I assume the rest of the department is also familiar with. And I have questions, lalo na po kung paano ginasta yung pera at resources para po mangyari yung operasyon. Can I ask po, magkano po ba ang nagamit para po sa operation at Toboso?
We cannot disclose that, Your Honor. It's operationally secure. All we can say is that so far as we are concerned, the operation was legitimately conducted. There were 4 separate encounters. Chances were given to the NPA to surrender. And as a matter of fact, one soldier was retaliated upon when he went home, and he was murdered. This was an offshoot also of complaints of the community as we gathered it.
Madam Chair, I just remember that it is on public record that the AFP mentioned that this is an intelligence operation.
Definitely.
So if-
Definitely it is an intelligence operation because we cannot operate indiscriminately, Your Honor. However, the amounts involved will compromise our operational security.
Because to our knowledge, last year, there was a proposal of 94 billion of maintenance and operating expenses. So may maasahan po ba tayong liquidation of the amounts that was spent on this operation? May ballpark figure po bang
liquidation yan
mabibigay?
dahil mahirap naman itago yun on an operational secure basis, no? Gawa pa ng kulang talaga ang budget natin, ito pinag-iingatan talaga.
What transparency measure, Madam Chair, can the department provide na nagamit, hindi masyadong maraming ginasta and hindi po nasayang yung pera on this operation?
Ito po ay operation na ang expenditures nito ay minimal, hindi katulad nung paggastos natin ng gasolina doon sa West Philippine Sea or sa tulong sa humanitarian assistance and disaster response, no? At ito ay batay din sa mga tulong ng community members kung saan nakakalap ng pagsusumbong. Aking mismong inalam nung dinalaw ko yung bangkay at labi nung namatay na private, no? Sargento, corporal ba? Inamatay. Oh. Inamatay, sabay din ng kawayan na insidente kung saan naman ang bago ito nangyari, may pati lola na binitay ng NPA na inako nila.
Speaking
So-
of community members, Madam Chair, kaya naman po natin tinatanong to dahil may nilabas po na National Fact-Finding Mission and Solidarity Report kung saan kinamusta at kinausap din ng communities. No, and it is the finding of this report that there were 9 civilians involved. No, so hindi po
Actually
siya
po-
blanket na NPA daw lahat, 9 civilians. Isa dun po,
Pagka
honestly kilala ko
nandun-
po, Secretary. And the report of Dr. Raquel Fortun said that she was shot in the knee and bled to death. I'd like to know, Secretary, Madam Chair, how much resources was spent on this
We
that
cannot
has led
disclose
to
that, Your
these deaths, Madam
We
Chair?
cannot disclose that, and we dispute the fact that the 9 were civilians. They are in a combat with combatants, knowing fully well the character of the combatants. And they were armed according to eyewitness testimonies of our people. And General Bronner personally went there ahead of me at that time. And there is a presumption of regularity in the performance of official functions unless there is credible evidence to rebut it.
Madam Chair, is there a post-operation report from the department that can
Not
support
on
this
the
claim?
department, Your Honor, but I'm sure the Armed Forces has an after-action report that reports on the after-action report. I got a verbal briefing from the battalion commander himself that there were 4 chances for on the 4 separate encounters for all the armed individuals to surrender.
Can the committee be furnished a copy of these reports so that ang sinabi, may ganitong mga instances, paano po ito maliliquidate, yung expenses,
The
and paano po
expenditures,
ito?
Your Honor, are operationally secure. However, the after-action report is factual.
And can the
Based-
committee be
Based
received
on
yet of this?
eyewitness testimony, Your Honor, direct evidence, eyewitness testimony of people who have no reason to lie and who were in the line of fire themselves rather than hearsay information of people who were not there. So, Your Honor, we will furnish the committee as a matter of record the after-action report.
Thank you to the department. And also for the record, there is also an ongoing inquiry of the Commission on Human Rights on the Toboso encounter. And this representation has also filed a resolution at the House of Representatives to investigate the encounter as well. And sorry, I have time, Madam Chair, to correct. Okay. So, but Madam Chair, just to wrap
We
it
will
up.
submit,
may
Your
I-
Honor, the after-action report on the factual incident that occurred.
Is there a
As-
mission order, Madam Chair, on this?
That will be included in the report, Your Honor, and what we can operationally securely disclose on facts, not conclusions, Your Honor.
Ultimately po, Madam Chair, the AFP, the operations of the department, it's funded by Filipinos. You can have the stance, no, that you have stipulated here, but there are other organizations and there's ongoing inquiry as well that hindi po lahat sila combatants. May ilan po dyan civilians. And gusto natin, at the end of the day, nire-respeto yung human rights, yung international humanitarian law ay observed. We have to check whether these funds are going to human rights violations or whether going to their international humanitarian law violations. We'd appreciate the report at the soonest time, Madam Chair, Secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Kong Rene. Next to interpolate for the second round, Congressman Antonio Tino. Sorry. Oh, I'm mistaken. Sorry. We have an alternate scheme. For the majority, for the second round, Vice Chair Ana York Bondoc.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you for my second round. I would like to bring this up kasi po, OCD po. I was asked by the Climate Change Commission to actually inform the OCD and the Department of National Defense. Coming po from north to south, we have two main roads. Ano po, which is the NLEX. Yan po ang parang spine natin eh. And the second road is MacArthur Highway. With the present disaster na nangyayari po, MacArthur Highway is already inaccessible. Opo. To vehicles. Ayan po, that's MacArthur Highway a few days ago.
We can. For the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the country in the face of overt attempts by China. Even as the gentleman raised earlier, yung pagpapalit ng naratibo sa Batanes, by a state university, part and parcel ng UFW ng China ito eh. At ito'y realisasyon, hindi lang ng Pilipinas, pero maraming bansa. So, sa aming pong palagay ay kesa sa wala tayong kapabilidad na to deter, no? Because the exercise is in deterrence rather than in reaction. That's what we're trying to do as best as we can. So, salamat po sa katanungan.
Thank you. Compound Chief. And finally, the last person to interpolate.
Madam?
Yes. Yes, Kong Plato was registered for the first round. He would like to ask his questions as well. But if it's okay, with indulgence of Kong Plato, maybe recognize Kong Sara Ilago.
Maraming salamat po. Maikli lang ho dahil tayo rin po ay magsusponsor ng isang bill ngayon sa plenaryo. Ang question ko ho ay saan po kumukuha ang AFP ng pondo para sa kanyang mga learning tours? Meron po bang learning tours? Meron
pong education budget at
Okay.
meron naman pong grants, no?
Alright.
We have institutional arrangements with other countries like Australia, India, the United States, Japan, and Korea for professional military education like cadets.
Okay.
But we see the need to have to invest on a department level and on the military level for higher education on multidisciplinary aspects.
Okay. Ang katanungan ko, Madam Chair, ay tungkol doon sa mga learning tours involving educational institutions as well as other institutions for learning na hinuhost po natin dito sa bansa. May specific line item po ba para sa
Ito ay reserve force development po.
Alright.
Pero yung courses sa education, wala pong budget para doon. No?
Okay, sige. Hingin na
As
lang
far
po
as I
natin yung kopya ng report kung paano yan
These are the
ginagastos.
ROTC programs actually.
Natanong natin to, Madam Chair, kasi po, may concern din po na nilapit sa amin ng mga child rights advocates. Naghanda po kami ng ibang photos ng mga nakaabot sa atin na ulat na meron daw pong mga educational tours na hinuhost ang ating military kung saan dinadaluhan po ng mga bata na sila po ay pinapahawak ng mga baril. Opo, so ito po ay 3 instance. Hindi ko na po sasabihin yung mga detalye, pero nandiyan na po yan lahat. Pero ang katanungan ko ho, ay bakit ho pinapahintulutan ito ng DND at AFP?
Duly noted, Your Honor. Hindi dapat talaga umano yan.
Yes.
Duly noted.
Madam Chair, nakapost pa po ito sa social media at nakakabahala ho kasi marami ng mga
Ako rin po nababahala
conventions.
dito at hindi
Yes.
ko po ito-tolerate yung ganyang gawain, whether posted or non-posted.
Yes. Madam Chair, ang partner po dito sa Bukidnon, halimbawa, Child Development Center, ibig sabihin po, nasa 6 years old below yung mga participants niyan. So, ganun po kabata. No, kaya dapat may malinaw na palisiya na maipagbawal po yung ganitong paghawak ng baril ng mga bata, lalo na ho sa mga incidents ngayon sa mga eskwelahan, kung saan malaking issue ang gun access at ang safety ho ng ating mga bata at kabataan sa ating mga eskwelahan.
This is what I will do, Your Honor. I'll ask the DSWD to work with us to lecture to the units what are the proper engagement parameters for the youth under 18.
Pati po sa mga bata, no, dapat po matiyak natin na wala pong
Yun nga po,
ganitong
yung
tipo ng
minority edad
exposure. Yes.
as legally defined.
Yes. All right.
I will ask the DSWD to which we have close working relationships with. This is something that I cannot tolerate, Your
Yes. Meron ho ba tayo sa inyong mga standards pagdating sa pag-uphold ng ating responsibility? Meron po bang parusa yung ganitong tipo ng mga paglabag?
Ito po gawa ng palagay ko sa pagpapalit ng mission area ngayon ay lack of awareness ito. Ngunit ako po ay personal kong i-follow up ito at i-direct ko ang Undersecretary for Defense Administration to take charge of this. This should not happen.
Yes, Madam Chair, dapat po mahigpit yan na maipagbawal. Ngayon naman, Madam Chair, tungkol dun sa mga na-report po na ulat ng sexual assault within the military, napalakas na po ba natin halimbawa yung mga mechanisms for sexual assault prevention para po matiyak na yung mga kaso, mga complaints na imbestigahan at natitiyak natin na may pananagutan?
That is one area po na nagtutulungan din po kami sa DSWD. Kasi, victim identification is also very important. And it's certainly something that we really cannot tolerate, whether it is heterosexual or otherwise.
In this regard, Madam Chair, I'd like to put on record a request for the DND as well as all its attached agencies to submit its compliance report on its gender and development mandate. Mahalaga po yan dahil malaking bahagi din ng ating pondo. And lastly, Madam Chair, syudad, no? May guiding principles, may policies po ba ang DND tungkol dito?
Meron po, lalo-lalo na ngayon ang major threat area po na pinagtututukan po nila ay ang United Front Works ng it's against foreign influence. We now have a consolidated CMO command which takes threats to national security on a more information-based basis, and now the major concentration is on foreign malign influence.
Naintindihan po natin yung may kinalaman dun sa mga threats, no, pagdating sa national security. Pero may mga nakaabot din ho tayo na balita na halimbawa po, subject ng House Resolution number 1203, yung presence po ng 12 Civil Military Operations Battalion sa Marikina, sa Caloocan. At may mga balita po, halimbawa, pinapapunta yung isang nanay na nagsasalita tungkol sa karapatan niya sa pabahay, na pinapatawag po at pinapasurrender. So yung ganitong tipo po ng mga kaso, dapat sa tingin ho natin, dahil nagdadala ng tensyon, ng takot dun sa mga kababayan natin na wala namang kinalaman sa external threats, wala namang kinalaman sa threat sa ating national security. In fact, ang hinaharap nila threat sa kanilang housing, threat sa kanilang livelihood. No, sila po yung naapektuhan ng presence ng ganitong tipo ng batalyon sa kanilang mga lugar.
Doon po sa usapin na yan, of course, internal security is also part and parcel nito. Part and parcel din ng CMO battalions operations po ito. I can guarantee what I can guarantee, Your Honor, is that we have to really also marshal our resources into something more tangible, no? Given the fact that the President himself has said that we need to pinch each and every peso right now. Given that, Your Honor, that's why we already created the CMO command on a national level, so to have a more structured approach to information dissemination and to combat foreign malign information.
Yes, Madam Chair, kasi ang nangyayari dito parang wala ho tayong tiwala dun sa civilian bureaucracy tsaka sa local police natin para ma-care off no yung ganitong tipo ng mga usapin kung meron man no at take the word no of the secretary on this no at sana rin po hindi lang po sa DND no dito rin po sa Kongreso sana ho hindi natin mapalagpas na mapag-usapan ang mga mahalagang resolusyon na ito
Maliwanag
para matiyak ang
yung pinakita
yes.
na may bata na may armas yan di ko po
Of course. Yes, opo. Pero pagdating po dito sa presence din po ng military sa ating mga communities,
especially
dapat may
with
malinaw
the
na
incidents
pamantayan.
of school shootings in Zamboanga, then you have these kind of things. I cannot allow that to happen.
Yes. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. At abangan po natin yung mga hiningi nating reports tungkol sa TICAS implementation, gayon din po sa lahat ng affected ng fishing ban na may kinalaman sa balikatan exercises at iba pa nating mga hiningi. Manghingi na rin po tayo ng status report tungkol po sa presence ng 12 CMO dito sa Metro Manila. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Kong Sara. Before we move to our last interpolator, we'd like to recognize Congressman Isidro Ungab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have no question. I came here to support the budget of the DND and the AFP. Just to one matter, I would like to, after this, may I request for a 3 minutes short meeting with the DND Chief and Chief of Staff, sir. This is a parochial concern about my district. Very, very short. 3 minutes lang. I have prepared already the summary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, former Chair of Appropriations, Manong Sid.
Thank you, Kong Sid. So for our last interpolator, I would like to recognize Kong Salvatore Plato.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Gusto ko munang, wala na naiwan ako na yata last ito. Ating Secretary, ang idol ko, si Secretary Ibo Chodoro. I've known him for tagal pa. Bago kang pasa ng bar, doon tayo sa San Miguel, palagi si Manong Junior, Jun D. Kaya kabisado ko po, hindi po tayo, kayo po one of the most, if not the most brilliant member of cabinet. Totoo po yun. Totoo po ito, hindi ako nagsisip-sip kasi ayaw niya ng sip-sip eh. Kabisado ko yan. Wala akong ilinalapit po dyan kay Secretary, kailangan kaibigan ko yan matagal na. Kaya, batiin ko rin po si Chief of Staff, hindi na naparito sa mga kasama. Hindi ko na sila isa-isahin. Secretary, ang Department of National Defense po ang pangunahing ahensya para sumaya naman tayo ng National Disaster Response. Saludo po ako sa agarang pagkilos ngayon ng ating mga hindi RRCM, OCD. Lalong-lalo na po yung kanilang warning. Ito ay pangmahirap, pangmayaman na naririnig natin through our phones, our cell phones, kung minsan nakakagulat po ito eh. Nagugulat tayo, pero napakaganda po ito na ganitong sistema para, Madam Chair, mabigyan natin agad ng babala ang ating mga kababayan, lalo na mga may hirap pagdating ng mga kalamidad, yung pagdating ng malalakas na ulan. Sa Disaster and Institutional Resilience Program na nabanggit mo kanina, Secretary, nandito ako sa briefing kanina umaga, palipat-lipat po kami sa sabay-sabay. Sinabi ni Secretary Chodoro, Madam Chair, kasama rin po dito ang pagsaludo namin sa ating kasunduluan. Kasi po, sa ground, kapag may lindol, bagyo o malawakang pagbaha, ang unang humaharap sa ating mga kababayan ay kasama ng mga LGUs ay mga sundalo. Hindi sila inaantala ang panganib sa paghahatid ng agarang tulong sa ating mga kababayan. Kaya, Madam Chair, Secretary, meron po akong hiling, sa ngalan po ng aking mga kababayan sa Bulacan, if I may request the Department of National Defense and the OCD to strongly consider the preparedness of Bulacan and other highly populated flood-prone areas for a major earthquake or the big one, particularly the adequacy of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, OCD. Umpisa ko po lang
Yes, the chair gives
The adequacy of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, OCD, communications, rescue assets and evacuation logistics when ordinary civilians infrastructure fails. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your Honor, thank you. And that was also the reason I was not able to attend the President's visit to Pampanga yesterday because we had a meeting with the critical infrastructure providers and connectivity providers, telecoms companies, power companies, etc., to address how the OCD can facilitate their resilience measures to ensure business process continuity during an earthquake. It had also been raised that since the Metro Manila, about 60% of the economy, of the revenue of the economy is headquartered in Metro Manila and critical connectivity lies here. As the distinguished representative is familiar, the Metro Manila Earthquake Impact Resilience Study is circa 2003, and a lot has changed since then. And I approved yesterday the JICA papers to be processed to the cabinet for a revisiting of this earthquake impact study. And we already agreed that the shepherding institution will be the DOST. That's step one, because we have to ensure that in order for us to operate, that connectivity and other critical services continue. If not, we are hampered. On the armed forces side, Your Honor, we have the capability to operate even except for major thoroughfares. If those are hampered, then our ability to access the areas may be hampered except by aerial capabilities. We are also trying to also differentiate between two major earthquake sources, the West Valley Fault and the Manila Trench, on the impact of an earthquake in these areas, because in the Manila Trench, Your Honor, the effect will be a tsunami. And in the West Valley Fault, as we are very familiar with, it will be subsidence, liquefaction, major damage to connectivity and to lives. So I think it is healthy, and although we cannot predict when it happens, and according to Secretary Solidum, it happened historically every 400 to 500 years. And give or take 200 years, but we are within that 200-year grace period. Nonetheless, I think the earthquake impact study is essential to have any properly engineered solution, at least to allow first responders to access communities. On the issue of flooding, Your Honor, I think it is a major concern which needs major engineering. in an area which is now prone to liquefaction, subsidence, and sea level rise. The concern of Congresswoman Bondok is shared also by my home province on the MacArthur Highway side, as Engineer Plato is very familiar with, because our home province not only receives runoff from the Sierra Madre, but also the Agno River and the Zambales mountain range. So it is really a catch basin, and unfortunately Lahar had clogged our major thoroughfares. And all I know, it needs a complex engineering solution, maybe requiring a new carriageway altogether on an elevated basis. And we saw that in Typhoon Ondoy, where we requested the MRT to work 24 hours because it was the only way on the initial stage that we could connect because of the flooding. That is a matter I undertook to raise as a major concern area on the national and Dream Sea level and on the NEDA level. I think it's high time, Your Honor, that we have systems, engineered solutions for river systems, water systems, and for connectivity points. It needs to be engineered and it should be science-based. If not, it won't be sustainable, Your Honor. Thank you.
Tama yan, Secretary. Alam na Secretary, kasi during my time, kasama po ako dun sa JECA studies. Kasama namin si Secretary Solidom when I was the Regional Director sa Public Works dito sa NCR. Gusto ko lang idagdag, Secretary, we have seen how the Philippine Air Force under the Lieutenant General Cordora, para yung pag-provide po nyo ng critical humanitarian assistance during yung through sustained airlift operations. May record po kasi ako dito, yung June 12 to June 14, 2026, where Philippine Air Force delivered 1,200 DSWD family packs, ready to eat packs, jerry cans filled with clean water to barangays Lagimit and Aligado in the isolated municipality of Glan in the Sarangani province, including with clean water in barangay Aligado. Ang ating ding magigiting na sundalo ay nagsasagawa ng humanitarian assistance disaster response sa pamamagitan ng mga sandbagging ng tunitoneladang buhangin sa mga apektadong bahagi ng ilog upang mapatatag ang lugar at makatulong maiwasan karagdagang pinsala dulot ang habagat yung southwest monsoon rain sa lalawigan ng Tarlac, yung bayan ng ating sekretary. Maganda rin po ang nasabi ninyo kanina, yung system of pre-positioning your assets before a disaster strikes kanina, rather than bringing them only after the calamity. Kaya po, nonetheless, Secretary, congratulations po sa DND family for a job well done. And for this, I strongly support the approval of the DND budget for the year 2027. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
We thank
Secretary.
the distinguished representative from Bulacan, and a friend of long standing, and although an adopted son of Bulacan, darati amyanan iti umayayos iti
Just agina
bagyo
po.
ken pusuyo. Diyos ti agina apo agyamang kami nga unay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kong Lito. Meeting is suspended for a few minutes. Like, we would like to recognize Chairperson Mika Swansing.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Bella Swansing. Thank you for presiding over today's budget briefing for the Department of National Defense. Thank you for doing a good job in managing it. And I'm happy that everything. Sec, I'll request po if I may ask if there are particular programs or projects that were not included in the NEP that are critical for the Department of National Defense and all of the attached agencies, so that I could also help po advocate for it. We also have members of the BARC who are here with me, members of the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee. We will be deliberating on all of these requests po openly, line by line, in the next few weeks. So, Sec, if I may ask lang po, if there are any priority projects or programs that were left out from the NEP that you would like us to consider po for restoration in the HGAP.
Madam Chair, of immediate concern would be the capital outlays that were reduced from us because, as you know, on the department level, also on the AFP level, any item of equipment we receive needs the appropriate capital outlay to support the infrastructure. On the DND, we had to vacate our building, which is 70 years old, and everybody was getting sick. So the capital outlay was reduced, and it will also impact the timeline for the extension and the restoration of the legacy building, which we cannot touch because of its historic value. And the rest of the needs will be communicated to the distinguished chairperson and vice chairperson by Undersecretary Mison.
Thank you very much po. Second po, if I may request po for a formal letter coming from the Department of National Defense, so that I may submit that for the consideration of the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee. If possible po, Sec, if we could have the list prioritized already, because the worst that could happen is we'll give additional funding to the Department of National Defense and then mali po pala yung programa na mapopondohan namin ng additional. So if, sorry po Sec, but if it would be possible to receive that within the week, if possible, because we're convening the BARC in a week or so para po maipasok na po namin doon po sa list of institutional amendments request for us to consider.
Your Honor, within the week.
Thank you very much po. Yeah, I believe after 5 hours of deliberations of the Department of National Defense, on our part, again, with all of our colleagues here, I just want to say thank you po to DND and all of our uniformed personnel for all of your hard work, everything that you're doing for our country. And on our part po, the best way that we could thank our military and uniformed personnel is to be able to give you the resources that you would need to be able to perform your mandate and to be able to operate day to day. So yun po yung gagawin namin on the part of the Committee on Appropriations and of Congress, that as much as we can po, given the limited fiscal space, we will help restore whatever we can once we refine the final version of the HGAP. So yun na po, I just really wanted to come here and manifest my support to the DND family and all of our military and uniformed personnel. And from the bottom of my heart po, thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for all the good that you're doing for our country and our countrymen. Maraming salamat po. And with that, may I solicit a motion? Hindi pala ako presiding. Sorry, I forgot. Force of habit, Vice Chair. That would be my manifestation po. Again, thank you very much po to the DND family.
Thank you, Chairperson Mika Swansing. May I solicit a motion from our members?
Madam Chairperson, may I move that we terminate the budget briefing of the Department of National Defense, including its attached agencies. I so move, Madam Chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. Congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honors. On behalf of the DND, we'd like to manifest our thanks for the support that we received today, and we'd like to congratulate the Vice Chairperson for chairing this briefing, today's briefing, which resulted in a very, very speedy proceeding. Thank you and congratulations, Madam Vice Chair. And Madam Chair and all the members. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you,
Chairperson,
Secretary.
I move that we suspend the committee proceedings here at the Romualdez Hall and resume tomorrow, August 26, 2019 at 9 o'clock a.m. I so move, Madam Chair.
It has been moved and duly seconded. The committee proceedings are hereby suspended here at Romualdez Hall and will resume tomorrow, August 26, 2026 at 9 a.m. Thank you so much to our DND family.